Crikey, blimey, what's it, everybody? If it isn't episode 142 of the Warhammer 40,000 podcast that goes by the identity, at least within the confines of the internet, at least, of Look Out, Sir. My name's Dan. That's there, Phil. How we doing today, buddy?
Oh, you just caught me as I was about to blow my nose because
I did notice that. Yeah, are you a little bit snotty at the moment, are you?
Yeah, afraid so.
Oh, that's a terrible shame.
Because we went out on the weekends and I socialised and obviously I probably caught something.
That's true.
My assumption.
If you spend all of your time locked up in a shed, it is not going to necessarily do your immune system any favours, I don't think.
No, but it does mean you don't catch a cold in the shed.
No, until obviously you decide to leave it on those rare occasions, and then you're almost guaranteed to be, struck down by illness.
I am, exactly. That is what happens.
It was a good weekend, though. It was a Halloween lovely time. We went to Phantom Peaks, or what was it called under the circumstances? It had a more Halloween-y name.
But I think that, it was the Lunar Festival, which was
the Lunar
their
Festival?
in-world Halloween event, I think.
Yes, that was that. So we went there again, which was fun. We had a good time. I went as Burnt Face Man, not the Burnt Face Man, but a Burnt Face Man. And Phil dressed up as a member of the Wurzels, I noticed.
Oh, so rude. So rude.
Have you looked at a picture of the band, the Wurzels?
No, I don't need to. I don't want you to be right. So I'm just going to pretend you're wrong and rude. And,
That's fair.
That's
The Wurzels, by far and away, are, one of the greatest bands that the southwest of England have to offer.
Were they a band? I thought they were a TV show, or am I thinking of something else?
No, I think you're thinking of something else. They did the song Combine Harvester. You familiar with that song?
Okay.
You got a brand new Combine Harvester, and I'll give you the key. Come on down, let's get together in perfect harmony.
I'm thinking of Wurzel Gummidge.
You are.
Which was a TV show.
Yes, I know.
I think looks-wise, I can imagine they're being the same.
No, they're a bit more kind of Somerset Farmery. They're much less scarecrowy, it's fair to say.
Well, that's good to know.
I've got a brand new Combine Harvester, and I'll give you the key. Come on, Phil, what's happening in this episode? Come on.
Yeah, on this episode, we're not doing renditions of TV show songs as much as Dan would like to turn this podcast into it. Instead, we are talking...
It's not a TV show song, Phil. It's just a song.
Of course. But, I mean, you would like to do TV show songs. I read your Facebook comments. Anyway, so we are talking about the Kill Team datasheets that have appeared for free by Games Workshop for Warhammer 40k, which is basically transplanting all the newer 40k, so newer Kill Team units into the wider world of Warhammer 40k. And then also we are looking at the two previews that have come for the Guard in the last couple of weeks. So the Rogel Dawn tank and Lord Solar, I can't remember what his name is now.
Jobber.
Jobber. 2 points to Joe.
2 points to House. Yes, Joe.
So we're having a look through that, giving our opinions on whether it is a yay or nay from us on those fronts.
But before any of that, we have, of course, our 5-star review.
Peter!
Oh, hello,
What are
Dad.
you doing in here, son?
Oh, I'm
What
just...
have I told you about wasting your time with these little plastic figurines?
It's not a waste of time, I like it.
How dare you talk back to me, Peter? It's about time you grew up.
I don't want to grow up. Oh, man, maybe there's something on the radio. Yeah, this is nicer.
Peter!
What's that?
That's right, it's me, the ghost of a award-winning TV and radio presenter, Jeremy Beadle.
Jeremy Beadle?
Yeah, that's right.
Wow.
Now let me tell you here, Sonny, my dad was always telling me to grow up, and I never did. And look how successful I was. So ignore him, Peter, and keep playing with that little plastic crack. And while you're at it, listen to the Look Out Sir podcast, which right now is time for the 5-star review.
Wow, thanks, Jeremy.
Who are you talking to with there, son?
Jeremy Beadle.
What? No! Be like Beetle.
I drove me tractor through your haystack last night. Ooh-ah, ooh-ah. What's the 5-star review this week, Phil? Where's it come from? Not this week, this episode. I keep making that mistake. But anyway, come on. Tell me.
It is Apple Podcasts of Great Britain.
No, you're quite wrong, Phil. This time around, it comes by way of Audible. Would you believe it? I know. Although now that I say Audible, I'm actually now worried that that we've already called out this person that I've picked out. So I'm going to go
We could always
one
do
up.
the next one. What's this current one? Or who's it from?
I was just going to say it's from... No, it's from Peter. From Peter. 5 stars.
I don't think we've had a Peter before.
No, but I think we have had the one that I was about to read out before, which was Dawn's Apothecary. That sounds very familiar. Shall I do
sure.
Dawn's Apothecary and then Peter, and then we can just
do both just to be on the safe side.
Yeah, so I mean, potentially Dawn's Apothecary is getting double billing here, but that reads a genuine audible pleasure for this casual wargamer. Starting to ring any bells?
No.
Okay. Oh, I forgot to do the spiel. If you would like to be like Dawn's Apothecary, leave us a 5-star review. Also, not Audible. Audible's what we're doing it on. You can do it on Audible, iTunes, or Facebook. Fill your boots. Merchandise, and a patron. Those are the things. Description, shill. A genuine audible pleasure for this casual wargamer. With the internet swamped with leaks, news, and meta hot takes, it's great to regularly come listen to Dan and Phil give us their honest first impression of new materials, and more recently, getting back into talking about events attended, etc. I'm pretty confident we've done this once before. If only I kept a list. A great way to spend a few hours hobbying whilst also keeping up with new releases, not delivered through a bleeding eye competitive mindset. I'm almost certain we've done this one already.
I don't think we have, but my memory is shockingly bad, so it could be either.
Evidently so, my friend. Evidently so. I'm just frantically looking at other episodes, just to see.
Because don't you normally call out the person that did the review in the description?
I do, yes. Yeah. So the last, according to my terrible record keeping, the last 5-star review we took from Audible was a guy called TJ, and that was Audible UK.
Yeah.
So maybe we haven't done this. Maybe I've just read it, in which case I'm really sorry, Dawn's Apothecary, because now...
Or someone's done a similar topic. Like,
Quite
it
possibly.
sounds familiar.
Well, I'll tell you what I'll do, out of a sense of, obligation to dear old Dawn's Apothecary. I'm going to do a better job of reading it now, because I sort of did it in a dismissive way due to the fact that I thought I'd read it before.
Did you? I didn't get that, personally.
Did you not? Okay,
No.
fine. Well, I sort of did. I imagine Dawn's Apothecary would know. I mean, there is little that the Apothecary of Dawn wouldn't take note of. The great way to spend a few hours hobbying whilst also keeping up with new releases, not delivered through the bleeding eye competitive mindset. Keep up the great work, Dan, aka Dawn's Apothecary, on Instagram. Was this review helpful for you? Question mark. So you know what this means, Phil?
Where am I in this? Does that mean you have to thank them? Because
No.
I don't get a mention, basically.
No, it says, look, no, hang on, I'll go back to the start. Here we go. With the internet swarm with leaks, news, meta hot takes, it's great to regularly come listen to Dan and Phil. Dan and Phil. I think his name's Dan, is what he said.
Oh, so he wasn't at the end addressing it to you, Dan?
No, I think he was saying...
Because I thought he was like, thanks for the great podcast, Dan. As in,
I mean, that's
you.
entirely possible, but I think in this particular instance, the individual's name would be Dan. You know what I think it is? I think it's because after this individual had left us the review, I took it upon myself to actually go and follow them on Instagram and look at all the stuff that they've done. So I actually think... oddly, what has happened here is I've kind of jumped the gun and been a bit too quick and eager to look at their stuff.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because I presume now we're going to do an Instagram review.
We have to, as is protocol. We're going to go to Dawn's Apothecary, who is following your good self, Phil.
Oh, that's
I mean,
nice.
I tell you what, this guy cuts deep. He follows Richie. He follows Joe. He follows Tim. I mean,
But
that
not
is...
you.
No, and me, obviously, as well. Obviously
okay.
me. I mean, he called me out for such a great podcast.
So what you're telling me is he is a proper...
A
stalker.
super fan. Yeah, exactly. Waiting outside in the bushes, Phil. He'll be wearing your face before too long.
Oh, no. One of those.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, well. This is the sort of stuff you encourage when you get into the habit of putting out regular content on the internet. You invite people into your life and thus sacrifice your own existence for their pleasure. That's the way it is.
Okay.
Have you found it? Have you found it, Phil?
No, I clearly can't spell dawn correctly.
Well, it's not Dawn as in...
D-O-R-N.
Yeah, D-O-R-N. Dawn's Apothecary.
Yeah.
Opoth. E-Carry.
Oh, E, not A. That's where I'm going wrong.
There you go, Apothecary.
I've got the spelling of a designer.
Well, there you go.
Says
As a broken dyslexic, I understand entirely how you suffer.
Oh, yeah. Okay. No, I found it now.
Well, I mean, the first post of the Insta is a picture of what is described as his 4-year-old daughter painting a Stormcast Eternal. So we won't be overly critical of that word, but it's great to see that you're
Getting the family involved.
Exactly,
Yeah.
training your daughter well. What we have here is a load of Space Marines and a few Orcs. I respect the creamy red colour scheme. I feel like that our friend Dawn's Apothecary here might be channeling Lookout Sir to the nth degree and has gone for a Lookout Sir Space Marine colour scheme, potentially.
I mean, it does look like it. It's like, yeah, I was thinking it was almost like a non-metallic Minotaurs with the sort of sandy colour in replacement for bronze and like the use of the red.
Mm. There's some really cool minis in this collection, though. I've got to be honest. I think there's some really nice stuff. I like the weathering effect on the Space Marines. I think there's some really cool stuff going on there. This Leviathan Dread.
Shipping.
Yeah, this Leviathan Dread looking absolutely awesome.
He's done a cool conversion on the Redemptor to make it look more like the is it the Ironclads with the little I can't remember what they're called, like the frag launchers on the front.
Yes, yeah. What's happened
very
here?
nice.
Oh yes, he has, hasn't he?
He's
that is cool.
he's tagged them 40k Storm Giants, so I'm wondering if that's the chapter name, because actually there's no chapter symbol on that one that I can see.
No, well maybe that's it. Maybe that's the name of them, the Storm Giants. Should call them the Lookout Sirs. That is a terrible name for a chapter.
I mean, quite the collection.
And potentially a podcast, but we're too far gone now, aren't we?
Indeed, yeah. I mean, there's a lot of Space Marines. There's some Orcs as well, actually.
The Orcs are really pretty. There's a random Crimson Fist here that looks really cool. I really like. Just really nice striking color schemes. Some really nice basing. Yeah, it's just good stuff, I think, and also some pretty nice, consistent conversion work in places. Like nothing too over the top, but just nice kit bashes. You know, I mean, there's a lot of originality.
There's was it Indrastus from the Stormcast Eternals Dominion box set? The lady with the wings. Paul. She's in there. She looks really nice. Yeah. There's a good mix. Oh, I like. Yeah, I see Squig Boys, Squig Hogs. That's Richard would be pleased.
There you go. So there you go.
Good collection.
Absolutely. We approve of this Instagram, so much so we will put it in the description so as you can look at Dawn's
You don't have
Apothecary.
to incorrectly spell it.
Exactly. Don't be a Phil. Click the link in the description. There we go. Phil, say thank you to Dawn's Apothecary, and we will get on with the pod.
Well, thank you, Dan, as I'm hopefully rightly assuming that is your name, and you haven't just addressed your review just to Dan and not me. But thank you very much. Really appreciate your kind words, and also your Instagram. It's very nice indeed. Thank you.
Have you given him a follow?
Hold on.
Come on, Phil.
Because I looked at a post where I had actually commented on him. So yes, I'm already following him. I'm ahead of the game. Oh,
there you go.
And his name actually is Dan. It says it on his profile.
There you go. Well, there we are. Thank you very much, Dawn's Apothecary. You're a scholar and a gent. And we will begin the show now with a traditional transitional noise. Hello and welcome, everybody, to this part of the podcast where myself and Phil, in the tradition that is us talking about Imperial Guard, or Astra Militarum, as I suppose this should now be known. We're going to talk about Imperial Guard or Astra Militarum again, because that's what we love to do here, isn't it, Phil?
Oh, it is.
It's something of a hallmark of the Lookout Sir Warhammer 40,000 podcast, built upon the backbone of the Imperium.
Yeah, I mean, it technically is.
In the early years. That's how we raised ourselves up into prominence. We exploited Phil's relative, community status within the realm of the Krieg, didn't we, Phil? That's how we got here.
We don't like to tell people that, but it might have had. It might help.
I mean,
that's why we get regular requests for a Krieg/Guard episode.
Randomly. Now, I don't necessarily know if this is true or not, but I would be interested to get your take on it. Do you feel like the Krieg have become slightly neutered in their fan base over the years of this edition, I suppose, more than anything? It felt like 8th edition was a big boom period for the Krieg, that everyone was kind of getting excited about them, and there seemed to be all sorts of Krieg-orientated fandoms popping up and getting excited. But it seems throughout the course of 9th edition, since they kind of released the Krieg rules that were quite famously very disappointing, and then followed it up by reducing the range to these newer plastic kits that didn't necessarily meet your desires for the aesthetics of the range. Do you feel like the Krieg are on a bit of a retreat at the moment, or do you feel like the candle still burns brightly?
I mean, I would say it probably is. I think they definitely had a huge influx. I mean, it's been a while since I've checked the stats of the Krieg Facebook group that I'm in. Although, weirdly, there was another rival Krieg Facebook group that is now, I think, bigger than ours, which is a bit odd. But anyway, so there's at least 2 groups. I think prior to 8th edition, we had like 2,000 members. I think we're probably about 8,000 now. Like, so there was a big boom in 8th edition. 9th edition, it's obviously had an increase, but weirdly, it doesn't feel like it's been a huge increase. I guess even despite there being a plastic range. I think it's more to do with most 40k players that were into Krieg, even if they didn't collect them, came into the hobby from 8th edition. Like, as in the influx of new players, and a lot of people were like, oh, I really want to play them, but I can't afford it. Loads of people obviously do the 3D printing sort of alternative market of Krieg as well. And then I think those people, or the people that always wanted the plastic kits, are now doing it, as opposed to loads of new people suddenly going, oh, there's plastic Krieg, I'm going to become a Krieg fan. It sort of feels like, if you're in 40k, you're probably already going to be a Krieg fan, regardless of whether the plastic kit is there or not. But the plastic kit allows you to fulfill your fantasy of owning a Krieg army, I guess, if you can afford the Forge World stuff. Or you just have a phobia of resin, maybe, something like that.
I mean, it is slowly killing you from the inside, Phil.
Yes, it is. Yes, indeed it is.
I remember in episode 1, you predicted that in 5 years you would be on some kind of external breathing apparatus to deal with all of the damage you're doing to yourself by.
I know. Yeah, I mean, I'm probably still on target. I've probably got another year to go before the Iron Lung appears. I just checked. We've got not quite, but almost 10,000 members. So I think it's gone up probably about 2,000 since 9th edition, maybe a bit more. Maybe it's gone up from like 6 or 7. But I thought around 8th edition it got to about 8k, but I could be wrong. So yeah, it's still growing. It's still popular.
Still popular. Awesome stuff. Well, anyway, we're not necessarily needing to focus too extensively on the Krieg-related situations, although obviously there is every opportunity that these ranges of miniatures will further enhance people's appetite for those lovely lads and ladies in gas masks. We're going to be talking about the new Astra Militarum stuff, starting with the Rogel Dawn, the much-rumoured Rogel Dawn tank. Ooh, it's a big boy, Phil. Ooh, it's a big boy. Tell me what you reckon.
Well, okay, so we will.
Should we describe what it is actually first? Because I feel like for those that maybe haven't seen it, whomever those people may be, maybe we owe it to them just to do a slight verbal overview of what this thing is.
If you've not seen it or you want to visualize it in your head, it is let's say it's a large battle tank, larger than the Lehman Russ, smaller than a Baneblade, roughly appropriate to the size of the old Macarius tank from Forge World, which is something that we might talk about. Interestingly, they haven't given us any comparison photos of it against other tanks, so we don't actually know how big it is, but that is roughly what it's meant to be.
I swear there was a comparison photo of a Lehman Russ going around.
Yeah, that was a Photoshop. It wasn't actually one done by Games Workshop. And if you looked at it, the heavy bolters on it, on the Rogel Dawn, was much bigger, or substantially bigger than the other one. So I think the Photoshop was slightly off, and that it would be a bit smaller than that. But yeah, it should be, roughly the size of a Macarius tank, I reckon, if we could compare them. It is a large tracked vehicle, tracks go all the way around, which is quite classic for the guard tanks, and actually most Space Marine tanks as well. It's got a very large turret. It's got 2 battle cannons on the version that's shown. Actually, there's one later on where it's got a single cannon and a coaxial as well. Visually, it actually looks like, if we can do some comparisons to some World War II tanks, Dan, and maybe World War I tanks, I think, because I've seen lots of people give their own take on it, I think it looks most like a Char B1, which was a French tank, in terms of its hull and its little hull-mounted mini demolisher cannon that it's got. It's actually also got some optional, everyone's been calling them nipple guns. So it's got some stubbers on the very front of the hull as well, 2 of them at the either end. They could also be lights, or they could be melter guns. I believe we've seen them. The hull-mounted mini demolisher can also be a form of Punisher cannon that, again, isn't the standard Punisher cannon. It's got some interesting it's a funny shaped track. It's gently sloped as opposed to the more harsher angles. To me, looks a bit like a Matilda tank. It's because of the large vents on the side. The large vents on the side are also reminiscent of the Chimera. And then it's got a large Sherman-esque turret on top, which has 3 crew members sticking out of the hatches. Well, 2 out of 2 hatches, and then 1 riding on the back of the turret on a flip down firing step, I guess, and he's shooting from the stubber. Again, also reminiscent of what happened in World War II with some of the American tanks. So lots of World War inspired elements, and then also lots of elements taken from basically the classic 3 Chimera, Lehman Russ, and Baneblade. So if you notice, some of the lights are the same lights from the Baneblade, as are, the kind of armoured skirts at the bottom on the one that you can see, the armoured skirts, and the barrel on the back. They're all elements from the Baneblade. And then it's, in terms of the Lehman Russ, it's obviously Got the treads, although they've been widened, which to me I think looks a little odd. And then some other like little details in terms of the riveting. And then in terms of the Chimera, I said it's got those little side vents as well. So it's got lots of visual nods that feels very much clearly taken from the other tanks.
I mean, as a kit, it looks like they're giving us a huge amount of flexibility. I love the fact that even in these few images that we have seen thus far, there is so much flexibility in terms of how much additional detail you can really kind of add on to this. The track guards complete with various,
like stowage
kit
and stuff. Yeah. The sponsons that it's got are optional. The Baneblade style sort of skirting that covers the wheels, optional, because on another image they're not there, so you can see actually the exposed tank wheels, which isn't something you normally see on guard kits. That's like I guess a new feature in terms of design. It's got a couple of different turret styles, and then all the hull mounted weapons can be swapped out as well and replaced. So it's got a lot of flexibility. I mean, I don't know if there's going to be more in terms of more weapons that we've just not actually seen yet, or they've not showcased. But currently, as I said, there's two like twin battle cannons, again a bit like the Macarius tank, or like a very large battle cannon with a coax, a bit like the Baneblade, are the two main kind of turret weapons. But there might be more, I guess. I don't know if they've specifically said, because it just specifically says battle cannons or enormous oppressor cannon. So it might be that those are just the two options, which to me sounds sensible, that they've not actually mentioned anything else.
I mean, it's always plausible that down the road they will come with more turret options, right? I mean, I think that's relatively inevitable. Although I guess a lot of that will depend upon the success of the sales of the kit. We saw that
possibly, because obviously the Lehman Russer's got tons of turrets, and even the Baneblade has lots of variants.
Yeah, and that all evolved over time, right? I mean, I think, now we're at a point where the Baneblade has multiple different variants, and this, might be a little bit sort of generic at first, but over time may then extend to having like plasma variants or las cannony, lasery type variants and all that good stuff. So, or even, bigger Punisher cannon style Gatling cannon variants. I think, from the outset, I just think it is cool that they've given us that much flexibility. I love the personality of it. I think the fact that you've got the different crewmen, kind of occupying that space is really cool. I also really love when you start to see people in the community who have been doing like Photoshop jobs where they've been using tank crews from old sort of historical kits, or sprinkling in other, guard regiments and adapting.
Yeah, that's mostly been done by Sam Shard. I'm trying to remember what his Instagram is. I can't remember it off the top of my head. But yeah, he's done a load of cool colour profiles and again, swapping out the crew and stuff. So he's done a bunch that looked really good. Yeah.
And I think that's the thing. I think it looks great. I think, in terms of, to me, I'm really happy with it. I think it is a really nice new piece of kit that will look and feel kind of distinguished from what is sort of in the range already. I can understand why people might be a little bit befuddled, why it is that they're getting this kind of medium-sized tank when it ultimately sort of occupies the same space as the old Malkador tanks. I imagine there is a contingent of guard players who were probably more excited about the notion of getting, a new plastic Malkador. But I think it's cool that they are expanding the range of guard tanks and also carrying on in the vein of creating new, interesting kind of patterns that are also named after other Primarchs, as it were, because I feel like from a great many of us 40k gamers, it was always sort of funny, at least it was to me anyway, when I realised that the Leman Russ tank is actually named after Leman Russ. Like, for the longest time, I thought it was weird that the Space Wolf Primarch is named after a tank.
Yeah, I remember as a kid, for me, the Leman Russ tank was the thing that came first, and the Primarch was something that you found out about at a much later date, because in those days, Primarchs were very mythical. There was very rarely talked about. There obviously wasn't any miniatures for them or anything like that. And I think there was like maybe a illustration of him in the original Rogue Trader, but I don't. That might have crossovered into second edition in some of the art, but I'm not entirely sure. But yeah, for me, the Leman Russ is iconic because it was the tank. And then later on, they're like, oh, cool, they named it after a Primarch. That's nice. I don't think they needed to do that again in this instance. And to me, it doesn't have that same iconic feel that the Leman Russ had. But then, you know, maybe it's because I'm not 13 anymore. I mean, and it could be that thing of, in time, it will still have that same sort of status and feeling and character. Yeah,
I'd say so. I think, look, I mean, from the outset, right, it's better than a Taurox. We you know, we can at least be thankful.
If we're, well, okay.
Are you saying you prefer Tauroxes? Hang on.
No, but I'm saying it's not far off.
Really? Hang on here. This is news. Okay. So you're not overly digging it?
No, I have to say I've been hiding my feelings. I'm quite disappointed in the tank, actually, in terms of how it looks. Yeah, I feel like it misses all the marks of what makes a great tank. Now there's some, you know, I don't want to knock anyone that likes it. If you like it, great. I think there's some elements of it that I do like, but it doesn't feel very... It's not a quintessential Astra Militarum tank.
Okay.
And it doesn't fit in with any of the design, like, cues and rules that make up guard tanks. Guard tanks have very, like, sharp angles on the hull and on the turrets and on the track sides. This has a lot of soft angles, lots of rounded curve elements, and it has it has this weird, like, gentle slope happening on the track sides, which I don't particularly like, although I get the historical references of tanks that it's nodding to. But to me, it's like, that makes it feel less of a Astra Militarum tank. And I think this one, next to everything else, feels out of place. So you've got the two main families of tanks. You've got the Chimera hull and you've got the Leman Russ hull. And they share a lot of visual similarities in terms of, like, same track styles and stuff, but the angles of the sort of the front and ends of the tracks, if you were looking at them on a side profile, are sort of similar and shared, albeit done in slightly different ways. And if you think about the Malkador tank, that is like a large Leman Russ, like supersized and elongated. And then if you think about the Macarius tank from Forge World as well, that's essentially like a giant chimera with a turret on top. And then you've got the Baneblade, which is almost like its own distinct thing, but also shares a lot of those kind of features and styles. And I feel like this one does none of those, but it has a lot of elements added onto it as decoration from all of those tanks to give it that kind of guard feel. And I feel like that's where it's failed. So if you were to strip off all the detail and just look at the silhouette, it doesn't actually match any of the tanks that we've got currently. And maybe that's the deliberate, you know, design decision they've gone for. But it feels like it doesn't fit in the same world that all the others do. Whereas I think the one thing that the Forge World designers did is, when they were making these larger tanks for the Macarius and Malkador, they have so many, like, similarities to the other tanks. Like, they feel like they're part of that world and that part of that family, and it's like an extension of those tanks. Whereas this is like adjacent. It's like all new. It's like, but it's got copy and pasted, like, decorative elements. Like I said, it's got the tracks, but they're larger. It's got, some rivet details. It's got a light or a lamp that's from the Baneblade, or it's got the barrels from the Baneblade. It's got those elements, but the actual shape and silhouette is all kind of completely new for the most part. And I think that's sort of where for me, it's fallen down and it's lost a lot of the balance just in terms of general aesthetic. That's the bits that I look at and go, oh yeah, like it doesn't really fit in. And there's one thing that really irks me, and that's, and this is a completely petty thing. It's the exhausts are upside down. Now, I'm sure there are some tanks where the exhausts point downwards, but literally no other guard tank has exhaust pointing downwards. No, as far as I can think, Space Marine tanks have the exhaust pointing downwards. So it seems really odd that this is the one tank where they would point downwards. Like, why not just have them the right way up? And that would visually match all the other tanks. It just feels like a really odd choice. And I'll be saying this a lot. They just feel like they've made lots of odd choices with this, where it's like, why did they do that? That just seems weird, and it just makes it stand out and apart from the rest of the tanks in a bad way. I mean, have a good new visual design, but still put it in keeping with the rest of the tanks. So the way I would describe it, it's almost a bit like the Sentinel. I think this fits in well with the new Sentinel design.
I was going to bring that up, yeah, because I think there are a lot of similarities with what they've done with the Sentinel.
Yes, so if you look at the front of the tank, it's got like this, the very front under bit of the hull, it's got this like ribbing, and that is very similar to the front of the underside of the Sentinel. So it's got the shared design there, and it's again similar. It's got lots of curves and stuff and like soft edges, right? So it fits in well. And I think if you'd never seen a guard tank before, like this is the first time you're completely redesigning a new faction, and you say, we want some tanks inspired from World War One and World War Two, and this is what they gave us. I'd be like, yeah, it's a cool tank. Like, it's all right. I think there's still some just general design mistakes that I'm not a fan on, but you would be like, okay, cool. Like, I get it. But when you're trying to fit it in with a bunch of pre-existing designs, I feel like that's where it's really fallen short on what it could have done. And as I keep saying, you just look at any of the Forge World tanks that have to fit in with the existing plastic line of guard tanks, and they all kind of hit it out the park really well. And it feels like this just doesn't do that. There's some cool elements to it, but I don't want to hate on it just because it's new. Because obviously this is one of the few things I would say out of the whole new range that I could actually be excited about, because I could be like, I can add this to my Krieg army. No problem. I obviously can't add plastic Cadians or anything like that realistically, right, for my Krieg army, whereas this I could. So, I think I'm mostly just disappointed in it, because it actually makes me go, I just sort of almost hope it doesn't have good rules, because then I won't want to buy it. And I could just be like, oh, cool, it's not that playable in a game. Great, I can just ignore it. Now, I'll, again, reserve the right, as I always do, to see it in person. I think it's hard to see the scale of the tank, so it'd be interesting to see it, next to other tanks, to see just how big it is. But yeah, like right, my last thing I'll say, like the fact that they've taken the Lehman Russ treads and just stretched them feels lazy to me. I get it, because they obviously want to have a similar design, which is fine. But if you look at how they did the tracks on the Macarius tanks, like they gave them like a unique design, which I think works really well. Whereas here, they just feel like they've kind of copy and pasted, stretched the X-axis across, and they've just made them a bit larger. I don't know. To me, it just, there's just lots of things like that where I go, it doesn't really work for me. And there's just too much of that, unfortunately, I think, in this tank.
Oh, look, that's totally fair, mate. And obviously, I will always defer to you when it comes to the kind of sentiment, I guess, from the established Guard fan base.
Yeah, I mean, I think it has been a real Marmite release with this. I think as with us last episode with the infantry, I think most people have been like, "Wow, these are phenomenal! Like, great, cool." Sentinel, yeah, it's cool, but it was like no one asked for a new Sentinel because the old one was pretty good. I think was the general sentiment. With this, people either really love it or people seem to really hate it, and. I props to Sam for doing the Photoshop mock-ups. I think he's actually made the tank look a lot better, just with some, whether it's a different color profile, a different camo scheme, or he's done different tank markings on it, or just made it look more weathered. I don't know, but it definitely, those looked really interesting.
Yeah.
And it might be just one of those things where it grows on you over time and, you learn to accept it, and eventually it'll be a cool looking tank. But I think, initial reaction was just like, oh, like, that's weird.
But this is the thing, mate, and I wouldn't want to sort of, attempt to dismiss your points, because looking at the Forge World and existing tank ranges, all your points are 100% accurate. And it's funny, right, because obviously me as a, Guard adjacent kind of player, I spend a lot of time, talking to you and other people about the Guard army. And, I feel like I have a very strong affinity with it through, my time with the game and my relationship with you specifically. But at the same time, I'm not as sort of intimate with it as clearly you are. And it's funny because I look at this and it doesn't even really register to me those design cues and those differences in the same way as what you're kind of highlighting. And it's really interesting when you look at the Forge World range and you look at the existing plastic range and you immediately go, oh yeah, God, he's got a really, really valid point. It's a very different look. Although it is broadly the same thing. It's a box with tracks either side of it. It is a very different looking shape. And you're 100% correct, mate. It is quite different from what they have obviously established within the range. Now, is that to mean that we might be looking at the first, baby steps in a complete range refresh? Will we be looking at new versions of the Lehman Russ that more, appropriately kind of align with this? Or is this just simply that the design team, when approaching this, wanted to kind of replicate certain kind of, visual cues that they may have been inspired by? I think, the design with the guy standing on the back, certainly with the heavy stubber as it is in this instance, but that kind of machine gun, it definitely gives off a sort of Fury vibe,
that's what everyone's compared to. And obviously, because that was like a real world thing that they did, that I think they predominantly used because they could get the angle up for shooting at aircraft. But to me, like, it's a cool visual thing. But then when you look at it from a practical basis, especially in the top down view, where you can see, now realistically, I don't think the two guys in the cupolas would actually be there when they're fighting. They'd be hold down, so the hatches would be closed. But if they were up and out there, they would be completely deafened by the machine gun next to them and potentially shot at by the arc of fire of that guy if he was to swing the gun around. But it also makes you go like, oh, why would you have a rear mounted heavy stubber when we've already had pintle mounted heavy stubbers? And in fact, if you look in the top down view, the left hand one does have a pintle mount for mounting a heavy stubber there as well. So it's like, oh, that's just a really weird choice that they give you one at the back when you can have just another one on the actual cupola as well. And then, like, if it was an autocannon or like a heavier stubber, like a larger caliber gun, that to me would make more sense, like why it couldn't be mounted just on the pintle and it's mounted at the rear. Like, you go, okay, that makes more sense to me if it was that. But it's not an autocannon, which I think would have been a cool touch, and sort of justified why it's at the back. And then when you look at it from the side, it looks a bit odd because obviously he's just on this almost like firing step, where it's literally like a little hinged flap that comes down from the back of the turret. So in Fury and on the Sherman, like they're shooting from, they're stood on the back of the tank. They're not on the turret, whereas here he's on part of the turret, which again is very odd because obviously, like, if the turret's spinning around, for example, in this instance, he's then an open target. And so it would only make sense if the turret is facing forwards, because then he's actually got the protection from the turret. So yeah, it's kind of cool, but then also a bit odd in the implementation of it as well, I think. But so I do like that sort of aspect of it. I love all the stowage and stuff that they've given us as optional extras, and so I know a lot of people don't like the two little hole mounted like nipple guns, but I think they're all right. I think they're cool, but they look better when they're stubbers than they do when they're the melters, and I like that they can just be lights as well, which is quite cool.
Yeah.
It's odd that it's a really big tank, but it's not a demolisher cannon. It's like a small one. Yeah. There's weirdly, I think the artwork, as always with the case, it sort of feels like the artwork for the tank looks so much cooler than the actual tank itself, even though clearly the artwork's based on the tank model. There's just a few extra, like, either the proportions, or there's a few like little design details that just look a bit different, and you go, yeah, that looks nicer. Like, I prefer the artwork for it.
Yeah, the artwork, because I've just managed to find it here. Yeah, because again, though, it's sort of almost like the artwork's quite weird. It's like a Land Raider with a turret on the top of it. It's a very different kind of visual. So yeah, no, I do get what you're saying.
Yeah,
but,
and even I'm just remembering another thing that bugged me is like the vision ports. They're like absolutely massive. They're like these wide screen vision ports across the front and the side of the tank, and it's like, I don't think that's realistic. Like, vision ports are normally really tiny because it's literally a tiny window that the crew will use to look out, and you want that to be as small as possible because you don't want someone shooting at it, even though it's like hardened glass and like super thick. And like, they're just really wide here, and it's like they've just gone, oh, we just need to fill up some space on this tank. Let's just get the x-axis, widen it across to be bigger. And it's like, it should actually be really small. It shouldn't be any bigger on this tank than it is on a Lehman Russ. Like, the ones on the Baneblade aren't massive just because it's a much bigger tank. It's like, but it feels like they didn't know what to put in that space, so they've just made everything a bit wider. And that's the same criticism I have of the tank treads. It just seems like an odd choice for them to do.
It's weird though, isn't it? It's like they've taken those tank designs, scaled it up, and then it's sort of just accommodated for the scale by going, yeah, so there's like 3 dudes on it. It's like, okay, but like, it just sort of, yeah, it's one of those things where maybe it's just that really it's a tank that, because of its design kind of inspirations, should probably be maybe bigger than a Lehman Russ, but still roughly the size of a Lehman Russ. Whereas in this instance, they've gone, wow, it's like, it's bigger, isn't it? It's almost like they had it and they created it, and in the original concept, they were like, yeah, it's a similar sort of size to a Lehman Russ, but it is, but because of like some thing, it's got a whatever, and then someone came along. It's like, you ever remember the interviews that they had with the guy that created Magnus the Reds model? And they had so many different scaled versions of Magnus. And in the end, they're like, let's just do him huge, because they were like, whatever, let's make him massive. Because at one point, Magnus was going to be a similar size to like a Demon Prince or whatever. And in the end, they went, nah, let's make him massive. It's almost like that's what happened here, that they just went, let's just make it massive.
Yeah, because you could just say this is a Primaris-ified version of a Lehman Russ, right? You kind of go, visually, in terms of, it's got a turret weapon, it's got a hull weapon, it's got some sponsons. It kind of is a Leman Russ, but just a new, bigger model with more detail on it. You could argue they haven't gone, let's make it completely different. And I feel like even with the Malcador versions, which is just a big Leman Russ, they've kind of, they have done multiple versions of it, but with that one, they were like, let's do a Leman Russ, but without a turret, because it's a kind of turretless tank where it can kind of just shoot forwards, right? Which I think is really cool. And then they've got the Defender, which has not even a main battle gun on the top. It's just loads of heavy bolters. That is a deliberate, design choice to make it distinct from a Leman Russ, while still visually looking much more like a Leman Russ than this tank does. And then the Malcador, the Macarius tank, to all intents and purposes, is a bit like this, where they've gone, let's just make it like a big tank. It's got one big battle cannon, it's got some sponsons, and we'll give it like a sort of a hull mounted gun, but they've this has weirdly more guns than that, but they've kind of kept it in a certain design aesthetic that feels more in keeping, but also then done variations of it where it's got like a massive Vulcan, is it Vulcan? Yeah, Vulcan Mega Cannon, isn't it? The Vulcan Mega Bolter. That's it. The twin Gatling cannon variation. They've done stuff to it which makes it a lot more unique. Whereas you say this is just like a big Leman Russ, and that's kind of all it is. It doesn't. Does it rules wise do anything different from being just a more expensive and maybe a tougher Leman Russ on the battlefield? Where would this role fit in or be different from what a Leman Russ can do? I think that'll be the interesting thing.
What I like conceptually, if I was in a position where I was writing rules for this, I think first of all I'd just play into the archetypes. I'd be like, well, the Rogal Dawn is clearly the Praetorian. It is a defensive, more mobile gun platform, well, a mobile but ultimately majoritively defensive tank, in the sense that it is intended to fill space and plant itself and distribute insane levels of firepower in a purely defensive function. Whereas the Leman Russ is a more agile, aggressive, heavily armed tank, even though obviously I acknowledge that we have established over years that Leman Russ is a big, heavy thing that moves slowly and has grinding advance and all the rest of it. And I think the minute you introduce this into the design of the Guard army, there has to become a kind of synergy with what your tanks now sort of represent. And that even though it sounds ridiculous to long-standing Guard players that Leman Russ would be a agile vehicle, maybe in a point of comparison to the Rogal Dawn, it could be. And if you were to turn around to me and say that this thing was movement 8, but it's, got very specific weapons, higher ballistic skills because of certain technologies or whatever, or maybe it's got just guns that, whatever the case. My philosophy with it would be that this would be more about holding ground, and the Leman Russ would be more about taking it.
Yeah, if you were going to go, we're going to make a tank called the Rogal Dawn, and let's assume that wasn't an afterthought, that they were going to go, we're going to make a tank called Rogal Dawn, what are we going to do? And this is, I think, one of the things we said when we were speculating about this last time. It's just give me a pillbox on wheels. Just give me a mobile bunker, which, so one of the other reasons why I was a bit disappointed by this is literally the day before, I think it was, or days before, I was at the Tank Museum in Bovingdon. So I was looking at loads of tanks, getting loads of cool inspiration, looking at, half the tanks that they've clearly, referenced from here and stuff. And they literally do have literal pillboxes on wheels. They basically pour concrete effectively over, and it's just basically, they make a concrete pillbox, a concrete bunker, and they put it on the back of a lorry. And that was one of the things that we had defending Britain during the Battle of Britain and stuff. And it would go and it would live in an airfield and stuff. It moved very slowly, but it basically just got there, and then it kind of could just stay there, and then occasionally they would move it if it was needed to. And it was only great against light arms because it was mostly a defense against like paratroopers and stuff, so they knew they didn't have to worry about being shot at by artillery or other tanks. So it did a purpose. And if this was like, if this didn't have like a turret, it just had a bunch of heavy bolters all around like the top piece, a bit like the Defender, and it had a troops capacity, I would be like, wow, that's cool. Like it's a completely sort of different design, but obviously let's imagine it still had the same design aesthetics and cues as the other tanks, but it fills a completely different role from all the other tanks. It's not just a big Leman Russ. It does something different. It's a troop transport that's got like loads of firepower, a bit like, I guess the Crassus assault tank. You could argue it's a bit like that, but with more firepower on it, like more heavy bolters or something. Like that would be a cool tank that is definitely distinct from everything and doing something new. Whereas I feel like this isn't necessarily going to do anything new. It's just doing it bigger and potentially better.
Well, I guess we'll have to wait and see, mate. Who knows? But look, for me personally, I thought it was fine. I'll be interested to see him on the tabletop. I think it's going to be really interesting to see how these compare to the Baneblade chassis and then ultimately, obviously, the Leman Russ chassis. So yeah, I look forward to starting to seeing more size comparisons and figuring out how that all kind of comes together. Be interesting as well to know if these guys can be utilized in like tank commander functions.
That would be true. I'd also be interested to see if there's optional tank crew for other regiments. So obviously they're
really
showing us
has
with
to be at
Cadians.
Right?
I don't know. I'm in two minds. I sort of feel like most of the new range is just going to be focused solely on Cadians, and maybe we'll get like little upgrade sprues that you can buy for like, okay, here's some Krieg guys for your tanks. Here's some Krieg guys, like, to convert up a heavy weapon team, but you've got to predominantly just buy the Cadian heavy weapon team. So it'd be interesting to see how they do that, or they might just completely ignore the other regiments and go, nope, these are just Cadians. You only get Cadian crew. If you want to swap them out for something else, you've got to buy, the Krieg infantry plastic kit or the Forge World stuff, and you've got to kit bash that yourself. Like, I think... Yeah. That'll be one of the most interesting things about this release when we can get our hands on the actual boxes is how are they treating the other guard regiments? Are they just ignoring them? Are they supporting them in some level? Or will there be support for them down the line? That will be really good to see, I think, just to know what we've got to deal with. I do think also it'd be good to see the actual size of it, because if it is the size of like a Macarius tank, even though they're not Baneblade big, but they're still big, and they're big enough that if you were going to a tournament, you probably won't get a huge amount of utility out of them. I mean, if it's a Land Raider size, that's big, but it's still, I would assume it's still playable, right? But you get to a certain size where Baneblades are almost just not playable in 9th edition because there's literally too much terrain on the table. You could barely move around the table to get the desired firing arcs that you need. And this might fall into that category where it's a little bit too big to be useful on the table. Whereas the Leman Russes, you could have a couple of them, you can hide them out of line of sight, behind obscuring buildings and stuff like that. Whereas this might be just too big to be useful.
Yeah, we'll wait and see, mate. But yeah, cool. There it is, the Rogaldorn tank. So not content with one potentially controversial mini, Games Workshop also gifted us with one other, that being Lord Commander Solar. How are we pronouncing the name, Phil?
I was originally thinking it was Leonidas, but is it Leontus?
Is it Leontus or Leonidas?
No, because there's no I in between the N and the
fine.
T, so it's Leontus.
Leontus. So there we go.
Like Leon, the
Lord
fast food
Commander
restaurant.
Solar Leon. So for those of you who have not bore witness to this, what is his official role? Is he one of the High Lords of Terror? What's his vibe?
So Lord Solar is a title. So Macarius was, from the tank that we've just been talking about, a Lord Solar. So Lord Solar Macarius was a miniature that you could buy back in, I think, 2nd or 3rd edition, on foot, but again bedecked in gold. That is a rank, I believe it's more like you are effectively the highest commander possible of like a, segmentum, an area you are, or a battle group or a campaign, something equivalent to a chapter master almost, but for a very large, Imperium army. So he, this one, they've told us a small bit of flavor text, and that is he's the Lord Solar of Terror. He's defending, of the defense of Segmentum Solar. So the whole of the Segmentum Solar, which includes Terror, that's his realm that he is the chief of. So I guess there's technically going to be other Lord Solars around as well for the other parts of the galaxy. And he's in charge. So he could be a High Lord of Terror, a bit like, I'm trying to think what the Sisters of Battle lady is, but I can't remember what she's called now.
Morgan Val.
Morgan Val, that's it. Yeah. So similar to her, I guess, he is the supreme commander from a rules point of view for our faction. As with all the other factions, they've been getting supreme commanders as well. So this is who the Guard have. And, regardless of what regiment you are, he can be the one commanding your army. So he doesn't need to visually look like a Catachan or anything like that. But you can still plug him into your army in the same way that the lady from Sisters of Battle will plug into any Sisters of Battle army, basically.
Morgan Val.
Morgan Val, that's it, yeah. I'll remember it eventually.
It's quite right, mate. It's quite right. I think the first time I said it, I called her Morgan Val. So, I got it kind of wrong on that point as well. So basically what we're looking at is a rather regal-looking fellow atop a cybernetic robot horse.
I think it's meant to be a real horse that has had so many bits replaced. It's become mostly mechanical.
That's correct, yeah. So it is a cyborg horse in that sense. It's a mixture of organic and or robotic parts.
It is the $1 million horse.
The $1 million horse, absolutely. The character is framed on a base covered in all sorts of random gubbins.
The random gubbins is a Chaos Reaver head. If you look closely, yes. If you squint, you can just about see it.
That's true. There it is. I can see it now, actually. I didn't quite clock that. Yes. Fantastic. So he is obviously having just recently, bested a Chaos Reaver. So we can only assume that he is a mighty hero of the Imperium. Very clean, very golden, very crisp, very white. So an interesting design aesthetic. I think it's fair to say not something that we would ever associate with the rank and file of the Guard. This is a real departure to everyone that has made up the command infrastructure of the Guard up to this point, but in some ways beautifully illustrates the absurder aspects of the Imperium and ultimately the juxtaposition between these people in positions of high office and those serving at their behest, I suppose. So in a way, I like it because it is so different and it is so out there, but I can understand why for a great many Guard players it would be difficult to identify with and want to add this to their armies or their collections. I think the thing is with Guard players, and again, this might be a broad sweeping statement, but I think Guard players are kind of attracted to the grimy rank and file and the, ridiculous kind of sorry, I can't find my words, but the sort of functionality of it, I suppose. Like everything in Guard always feels very raw and very powerful.
Yeah,
but
it's a relatively
functional.
Grounded army as well, like from a visual aesthetic. While it is grim dark, it's not very sci-fi a lot of the time. It's because it's got a lot of the real world aesthetics, and even this has that kind of aesthetic. It's clearly based on, there's like a famous bit of artwork of Napoleon on his horse, doing a very similar pose, not exactly the same, but similar enough that is clearly the nod and reference to, and in Napoleon era, commanders were all on horses, so you can see where they're coming from, and that absurdity I do like from that point of view.
Well, I was going to say this, right, because to me, I actually like it, and the reason I like it is for all the same reasons I was talking about why I liked old Commissars. Even though I appreciate that a lot of the Guard players will identify with that rank and file kind of utilitarian look, I just love the fact that this is the sort of mad nonsense that you can sprinkle into it. The juxtaposition between the absurd and the kind of grim dark is fantastic. And in a way, that's where I think the real kind of horror of the Imperium really manifests itself most fantastically, is the horrific kind of differences between the have and the have-nots within this societal structure that they've created in the Imperium. And I just think it's fantastic to imagine all of these grizzled Guard veterans having to, bow and scrape to this ornate lunatic on his robot horse. Noting as well that obviously, look, say whatever you will about this character in terms of his visuals, but he is seemingly out there on the front lines, maybe not the front lines necessarily, but he is out there amongst the conflict, which, potentially speaks to his, ability as a character within the 41st millennium. So I'd be really interested to discover what kind of rules they've given him. I sincerely hope that he's not a combat monster. I really don't want to end up in a situation where this guy is sort of Morgan Val style thing, where she's like better than Roberta Gilliman. It's like, no, come on now, people. We really need to tone this down a little bit.
Yeah, because I really liked her. She's like the Supreme Commander. She's a High Lord of Terror. She was great, and she was a combat monster, and that felt very fitting. Whereas it doesn't feel like he should be doing that same sort of role, although it could be. I think it's really hard to tell from the model if he's a buffing model, giving out lots of orders, lots of, free leadership for everyone, stuff like that. But he's also, carrying a sword, and he's on an armored horse. So maybe he's going to do both, but maybe just not as well as, he's sort of okay in combat, but he's mostly, giving orders and stuff like that. That will be interesting to see which direction they go in. And unfortunately, I don't think the model gives you any clues as to which way he's going to be. Like, he could be really good in combat, but it feels like he shouldn't be, because he's just a guy at the end of the day. I mean, they have previewed one rule, which I guess we can talk about first before we go back into the model. And I think we've seen this elsewhere before. So he's got the Collegia Astrolex, which sounds like a watch. So after your opponent has revealed their secondary objectives or agendas for a battle, if your army contains this model, you can choose to change one of your secondary objectives or agendas, following the normal rules for selecting them. And if you don't do that, you basically get one additional command point. Now, is it me, or is this like the worst rule ever? Because one, no one ever really changes their mind about, I wish I picked a different objective based on what your opponent says. Because half the time you go, oh yeah, I'll take these, and they go, I'll take these, and you're like, okay, cool. Or you'll sort of discuss them and you come up with them, right? It never feels like such a gotcha that someone's taken, I'm going to assassinate your warlord, and you're going to be like, oh no, I'm going to change my mind about what I'm going to do with my warlord or objectives. And then if you don't do that, you literally just get one additional command point. Now, if it was like midway through the game, change a secondary objective, and you still get to like roll over the points or something. So you can be like, okay, cool, I've chosen assassinate. I've scored 4 points for it, and now I've run out of characters, and now I want to change it midway through to grind them down or something, let's say. I'll be like, wow, that's like a cool concept, and also helps people that are very good at game, because I think that one of the biggest learning curves with 9th edition is actually you've got to choose your objectives up front, and you've got to choose them well. And actually I think any game should have the option of, you know, I want to mulligan my idea because actually by turn 2 I've realised this is a terrible choice. If it was something like that, I would have gone, this is really cool and something really new. Whereas when we have seen this rule, it just goes, it seems pointless. And then to get 1 extra command point for not doing that seems really rubbish. But that's just my take on it.
I mean, getting 1 extra command point is fine. I mean, it depends what the rules are that complement this. Yeah. So, and I think the thing is, though, as well, is what annoys me about that rule, though, is that okay, fair enough, it's secondary objectives, agendas, all the rest of it, but it's another one of those rules that locks you into that style of play. So if you wanted to use open war or even Tempest of War, you're kind of still stuck.
Oh, no, but you'll get your 1 command point. You'll get your 1 extra command point instead.
You'll get your 1 extra command point, which is fair enough. I mean, look, 1 extra command point is still pretty meaningful. So, look, it really depends what else they get. But I think that's an interesting update, though, or an interesting rule, because, you know, it demonstrates to me that they're probably looking more towards how they can kind of make this character, you know, give you command benefits, which is a cool thing to explore. And also, we don't know what's going to be on the horizon with newer editions or newer grand tournament packs in terms of what they're going to do with that, you know, relationship. So, you know, we'll see. Maybe in the new upcoming rules, or rather the new GT pack, it'll be actually really advantageous to be able to swap based on what other people say. Maybe they were adding in secondaries that, you know, are influenced by the other player in some way, shape, or form. I don't know. We'll wait and see. But look, you know, from a miniatures perspective, to me, I'm in favour of this because it just, it sort of screams the absurd aspects of the Imperium of Man, and this is certainly an aspect of the Imperium that I feel like I feel that needs to be sort of celebrated more. I think these are some of the more absurd aspects of it. I can easily imagine, as I've already stated, there will be a great many Guard players that don't want to add this to their collection, or at least put it in their armies. But I do think that the miniature is very well sculpted. I think the design is really cool. I think the base is glorious. I think the notion of this cybernetically enhanced horse is so absurd. It's absolutely fantastic. In a way, I don't feel like they went far enough. I feel like maybe the guy himself is maybe a little too muted in some areas. I would have maybe liked to seen some sort of Karl Franz-esque mad plumage on him or something. I felt like the old Karl Franz model on Demigriff, or not Demigriff, I think it was just Griffin. Or was it was a Chimera or something? I can't remember what it was. It was the bird.
Yeah, I know the one. Yeah.
Yeah, I thought the Karl Franz rider was always a little bit more kind of interesting to look at. Or I feel like that rider was maybe more interesting to look at than this guy. He seems quite plain. But he is obviously very ornate and the horse is definitely taking it places. You know, it's talking to me. It's interesting. So yeah, look, long story short, I think there's some fun things to see here. So I don't hate it. I actually would go so far to say I quite like it, which I worry might not be the popular opinion, but that's where I'm sitting at the moment. How about yourself, Phil?
I don't hate it, but I'm sort of not in love with it either. It's I think it fails the test of, as a Guard player and a bit like the tank, this is a new unit that I can add to my army. And do I want to add it to my army? And I think the answer is no, basically. I think it's there's again odd design choices to it. I can understand that some people have said it's like too AOS and not grim dark enough, and I can appreciate that. There's certain elements to it that I don't think does it any favors, but I can sort of understand the logic for it. There's some cool nods and winks as well. So like the breastplate is very reminiscent of the old Rogue Trader Commanders, and also the old Lord Solar Macarius model. So that's a cool nod to the old Solar model. That's cool. But then the horse itself, right, is sort of like semi-cybernetic. But there's some bits to it that I don't like. Like the rear foot is dangling in the air and isn't actually on the ground. I think that's just when I saw that, I was like, is it not being glued on properly? Is it meant to be like that? It just seems odd. If it was, because to me, it should be more 40k, like more grimdark. It's like the cybernetic legs are almost too good, because they just, at a glance, you just go, oh, it's a horse. And it's only when you look closer that you go, oh, actually, they're not, they're robotic legs. Whereas if it was had the sort of much more mechanically looking robotic legs from, is it the Cyberhounds on the Mechanicum, the like kind of dog.
Yeah.
So they've got much more Mechanicum looking, like low tech legs. If it was like that, or just had one bionic leg, I'd be like, oh, that's quite cool. But the fact that they're like mechanical but look so realistic, I guess either goes to show his extreme wealth and privilege that it can pull that off, but to me then takes it out of that kind of grim dark aspect to it. And a bit like the Rough Riders, it's like you're doing a horse, but at the same time you're hiding the horse. It's like he's got this massive sort of ornate golden frontal piece of armor and rear piece of armor, and it just hides all the detail of the horse. Now, maybe that's to protect it and keep it alive, I guess. But at the same time, it's like it's a horse, but you're just not showing the actual horse. It's like they're afraid to sculpt a horse or something. Like the same with the Rough Riders and the flowing cloaky bits that they had at the front. And I just find the head is, the way it's positioned, like the neck is too curved and round. Whereas I think if the horse was like pointing upwards, like if anyone was to look up that Napoleon portrait on horse, the horse is looking more upwards, and I think that works better. Whereas this horse is leaping upwards but looking down. So I just think that sort of aspect of it doesn't really. I mean, it's cool, but it doesn't just 100% work for me if I'm to nitpick. And then on the actual guy itself, there's not any real elements of 40k. You can just look at him and I think a lot of people are like, oh, I thought it was a fantasy miniature, because again, the big armor on the horse looks very, as you said, Karl Franz. The sword isn't even a power sword, right? And from the front, you can't even see that he's got a pistol. So if he was sporting a gun or holding a gun, it would give it a more 40k vibe. If he had, a bionic eye or something like that to grimdark him up a bit, I think that would be cool. What I would actually, if I was to convert it up myself, the easiest thing I would do is, I think he really needs some like cherubs and servo skulls like swarming around him to give him a bit more of an oomph to the model and to make him look a bit more special. I sort of thought originally, if you were going to do a Supreme Commander for the Guard, you would just have a regular guy, like a Lord Solar, but just on foot. But he would be surrounded by loads of attendants and advisors, and he would be more like the Triumph of St. Catherine, that kind of more like diorama model. And I feel like the one army that deserves a diorama model is the one that they've not done it on. It feels like a real missed opportunity for this guy, and because they wanted to put him on a horse. And, because they could have had loads of cool rules like, oh yeah, you've got a certain advisor which gives you these abilities, and you've got another advisor or an attendant and gives you these abilities, exactly like the Triumph of St. Catherine. I thought that would have been a really good thing, and I sort of feel like it's a bit of a missed opportunity on this guy. Like almost like the one thing I really go, oh, I really like this, is the holster and his pistol that he's got. and you can't even see it on the initial image. You've got to scroll through to see the rear view picture where you can see it, and you go, oh, that's a nice bit of detail and a bit of actual 40k sci-fi elements to it that you don't really see at a glance on the model from the main front view. So he's cool, but he's just not doing it for me in the slightest. And I think, as we're saying about the rules, like, is he meant to be a combat monster? Is that why the horse is so heavily armoured? Is that why he's sort of got his sword in the air? Or is he just going to be a guy that sits at the back and buffs a unit like, actual Napoleonic commanders were on horseback? They didn't really ride into combat or do anything like that. They just sort of stood from the back and, gave orders from there. So it feels like there's a lot of mixed messages in terms of visual aesthetic that they're trying to convey. And I guess at the same time with the, oh God, what was her name again? The lady. Morgan Val. God, I'm going to remember it one of these days. Like with her, I think the problem when she came out, you're like, oh, that sounds really interesting. She's a High Lord of Terror. Okay, but we obviously don't know anything about her. And it's like, I want to hear a bit of lore. I want to understand what she does in the setting and stuff like that. And I feel like this is a new guy on the block and he's suffering from that same thing of, okay, we want to hear about him and want to read about him to understand who he is as a character. And I think half the time, you can't just love a model just in isolation. No,
I agree.
Sometimes there's the rules, but also there's the background of the character and the story as well. It's like Commissar Yarrick is cool, not just because he's got a big giant claw, although that's one of his big defining aspects. But he's got a cool background and history to him. And, even though he doesn't have a model anymore, but when he did have a model, it was a bit meh. Like the last version, the original one, iconic, obviously. But his history is sort of almost who is what made him. So, this guy, give it a couple of years, maybe everyone will be loving him as a concept. But for now, I'm like, it's okay. I get why he's too clean because he's literally Lord Solar. He's like the highest ranking individual. Like, he wouldn't be covered in dirt. I get that. But I do still want some more 40k elements. I want cables. I want hazard stripes. I want servo skulls. I want cherubs flying around him, waving banners or something. There's so many extra bits I feel like they could have done, and that would have just sold it to me a bit more. Maybe more mechanical legs on the horse, for example. Something. I don't know.
I do agree with you, though. I do think that the cherub / servo skulls would have been a valuable addition to this miniature, just to, because again, you like the idea that, maybe he has like an army of thralls and servo skulls and cherubs that are assisting him in his duties of running the armies of the Imperium. Maybe he is, constantly relaying messages through all of these different, servo skulls and so on. I don't know. I mean, it's interesting, but mate, I take on board your point with it, though. I think you're absolutely right, though. Over time, these characters develop and they become more meaningful as the stories develop around them. Morven Val is a perfectly reasonable character, but she still doesn't resonate with me in the same way as a Commissar Yarrick does, for example.
True.
Over time, maybe she will, and maybe this guy will.
I think, part of my disappointment is like when she came out, I was like, oh my God, this is awesome. Like, I really liked it. I liked the concept of a supreme commander for them.
Yep, agreed.
I just sort of wish they could have knocked it as out the park as they had with her, as they had with him. And I feel like that's the disappointment. Is it's like, oh, it's all right, but there's just something not giving me the vibe that I'm into it as much, and I don't know why.
Still have Morven Val leading your armies, though.
I mean, maybe you could or should, or I get that they don't want to go for a combat person; that they want to go for a more traditional commander type figure. I think an on foot version of him would be really cool to see, or like an on foot with with attendants and stuff would have probably been more visually interesting. Maybe not as striking, because I think obviously the horse gives it very it's got a great silhouette, right? You can't knock that. The artwork for it, again, as always, looks just slightly better. The horse is in a bit more of a neighing pose where it's leaping up a bit more, and he's sort of swinging his sword backwards. That just seems a bit cooler than what we've actually got for the model. But I mean, despite that, it's a cool silhouette. I just don't think it's just sort of missing something. And I feel like, even if he was on foot and a bit blander, but surrounded by a bunch of people, and that was a little diorama, it wouldn't have the height, but it would just be much more interesting and sort of more in keeping with, I think, what a lot of people would have expected from a guard army. This is very left field, right? And I think that's maybe the shock that a lot of people aren't liking. But I bet there'd be some great kit bash conversion potential in this guy.
Oh, mate, without a doubt. I think there's a lot of stuff that you can definitely see people doing with this stuff. So, yeah, no, look, I mean, genuinely, sincerely a fan of it. I think it's a cool, addition to the range. It's very different, but let's see what people think of it, I suppose. Wait and see those rules, I guess. But
that's what I'm really looking forward to on this guy, is to see what you can do. I think that'd be really interesting. I mean, will there be literally armies of tanks and then a guy on a horse? Is that what people will be running?
I hope so. I think that would be wonderful. I just wish that the new Commissar Mini embodied some of the mad, over-the-top aspects of this guy. Noting that he's still a bit muted in some places. All right, cool. There you go. Somehow we managed to talk for over an hour about 2 miniatures. That's the power of the guard right there, Phil.
I'm sorry, everyone, or you're welcome, depending on which one you wanted.
Exactly. Well, hopefully you enjoyed it. That was us talking about the 2 new guard things. Codex is this side of Christmas, isn't it?
I don't think the standalone Codex will be. I think the Army box will be. Yes. So I assume the Army box is coming November. I would assume, because everything actually comes out before November, because December's just Christmas sales, right? So they don't really release anything except a couple of token things around December time. So I imagine the Codex, the actual miniatures for these two, so the tank and Lord Solar, won't be available till January sometime. And it'll just be the Guard box limited edition, which will be available this year. So yeah, if we can get hold of that, then we'll do a Codex episode this year. If not, it'll have to wait till the Codex comes out separately.
Indeed. I figured you were going to get the Cadian box.
I mean, the only thing I really would use is the heavy artillery. I really like that. I obviously I don't need the Cadians or anything like that, other than for parts. I'd like the Codex, so I'd literally be buying it and then maybe flogging the regular guard minis and keeping the artillery. I'm sort of on the fence about Sentinel. I've got one of the old ones in a box from last Christmas, funnily enough. I'm tempted to stock up and buy 2 more, so I've got a nice squad of 3 of the old ones, and then that will be my Sentinels, because I prefer the old look to the new one.
Understood. All right, cool. Well, there we go anyway. That was us talking about guards. We're going to move on now to whatever it is we decide to do next. Transitional noise. All right, everyone. In this part of the podcast, me and Phil are going to take it upon ourselves to talk through Warhammer 40,000 rules for various kill teams that are otherwise unable to be used in the confines of Warhammer 40,000. Was it not for these data sheets available via Warhammer Community's download section? Isn't that right, Phil?
Yeah, it is. Isn't it nice of them that they've given us some free rules?
I mean, what a world we live in. And all just in exchange of the purchase of more figures.
Yes, you could look at it that way. But if you bought it specifically for Kill Team, you can, you've got now the option of playing them in 40k as a bonus, a free bonus.
Sprinkle them into your Warhammer 40,000 forces, bringing new life to otherwise unplayable armies.
Yes. Well, the interesting thing is all of them, I would say bar Kroot, are for obscure sub-factions that, for some of them, truly deserve their own codex. In fact, all of them deserve their own codex, because even Kroot deserve their own codex, but they are the ones most compatible with an army, obviously Tau, whereas everyone else is an obscure wing of either Chaos or Imperium.
Ain't that the truth? So in terms of what we're talking about, we've got the Kroot Far Stalkers. This is one of the newer kill teams that came with the launch of Into the Dark. Was it Into the Dark?
Yeah.
That was what it was called. So the Kroot Far Stalkers. Then we follow it up with the old Rogue Traders. This was the special Rogue Trader release from 8th edition's kill team variant. What are they called again, Phil? How are we pronouncing it?
Elucidian Starstriders.
The Starstriders, yes, good. That's what we'll call them from here on in. Then we have Imperial Navy Breachers. So they were the counterpart to the Kroot Farstalkers in the aforementioned Into the Darkness box set. Then we have the Traitor Guardsmen. Didn't Traitor Guardsmen have a very specific name once upon a time?
Well, you had a Renegade Militia, which is the Forge World name that they had, and I presume that is kind of what they are in this reimagining. And this was I think it was the last Kill Team box set before they did Into the Dark. So this was one that was paired up with the, I want to say, Phobos Space Marines, and the cool radar dish bunker scenery kit.
I think you're absolutely correct. I think it was Traitor Guardsmen and or Incursors.
Incursors.
Incursors?
Yeah, Incursors is one of the infiltrators. I think because you can
infiltrators, Phobos.
It's the Phobos ones that you can build as two variations. Incursors is one of them, and then
Infiltrators is the other.
Is it? Are they not the sniper ones, or are they something else?
No, those are eliminators.
Oh, God, obviously, yes.
Obviously,
I mean, these names are so straightforward.
Do you even 40k, Phil?
I don't. I don't Phobos. That's what I don't do. And we'll get that on a t-shirt very soon.
Oh, there you go. And then lastly, we've got the Galapox, which are the counterpart to the Elysian Starstriders.
The Elysian Starstriders, yes.
Yeah, the Elysian Starstriders. Yeah, there you go. The Starstriders, as they'll be known from here on out. Interestingly, the Galapox lost Infected from their name. Why do you reckon that is? They used to be the Galapox Infected.
They did, yeah.
Now they're just the Galapox.
Well, maybe they're post-pandemic, it'd be in poor taste to say they're infected.
There you go. Thinking of every variable. So the way we're going to do it, we're going to talk through each of the data sheets for these 5 different units, and then we will summarize by, I guess, trying to theory craft what kind of armies you might want to sprinkle these into. And we may even go so far as to speculate on which ones are the bestest, doing a sort of ranking from 1 to 5, taking in a great many factors that we will make up on the spot. So now that that's established, I reckon we get into it. So I feel like I'm going to do the Kroot and the Galapox. But because the other 3 are all kind of Phil popular type things, I'll let Phil talk through the stats of those. So you can have the Stars Drivers, Breachers, and Guardsmen.
Thank you very much.
I'll just do the gribbly ones that are of no interest to you. But we'll begin with the Kroots because that's the order in which it's happening. So essentially, if you wanted to, you can take a unit of Kroot Far Stalkers. In so doing, the unit costs 80 points. And is comprised of 10 models. That's 1 Kroot Killbrooker, Is that Brooker? Yeah, kill Brooker. And then 9 Kroot Farstalkers.
Is it kill Broker, maybe?
Yeah, it seems more likely that it was Broker than Brooker. In fact, it definitely is, because Brooker would be a double O. That's my...
I mean, kill Brooker sounds like a bully from Grange Hill.
It does, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I can't remember enough about Grange Hill, unfortunately. It's all kind of left my brain. It merges seamlessly with Biker Grove.
Oh, well, yeah, that would be the other one.
Yeah. Yeah. I'll have to go back and revisit it at some point, as it were, but certainly not this day. Anyway, the Kill Broker is equipped with Kroot Pistol, Pulse Rifle, Ritual Blade, and Quill Grenades, which sound suitably entertaining.
Have a hedgehog.
Exactly. Poof. Get a load of that. Get this echidna in your eyes. Every Kroot Farstalker is equipped with a Kroot Pistol, Kroot Rifle, and Quill Grenades as well. So, pretty consistent theme. I'm not going to read through every single one of the weapons just yet. I'm going to just talk about the options. So the Kroot Kill Broker, Pulse Rifle, and Ritual Blade can be replaced with one of the following. 1 Kroot Rifle, 1 Pulse Carbine. Interesting. Up to 2 Kroot Farstalkers can each have their Kroot Rifle replaced with a Kroot Scattergun. 1 Kroot Farstalker Kroot Rifle can be replaced with a Kroot Hunting Rifle. 1 Kroot Farstalker Kroot Rifle can be replaced with 1 Accelerator Bow. 1 Kroot Farstalker's Kroot Rifle can be replaced with one of the following. 1 Divagit Skinner.
Yeah, let's go with that.
Yeah, Divagite, a Skinner of some sort. Seymour Skinner, or 1 Londax Tri-Blaster.
Yeah.
Londaxi Tri-Blast. Is that blaster? I'm looking at very
Ballast,
small text.
Tri-Ballast. Yeah.
Oh, a Tri-Ballast.
I guess.
Between my dyslexia and the relative size of this font that I'm working with.
I mean, you can zoom in on the PDF.
I could do, but I'm choosing not to.
Just power through.
Just power through. That's how we do it. This is the power of the pitfalls of doing this all in one take. Anyway, 1 Kroot Farstalker equipped with Kroot Rifle can be equipped with 1 Pekra,
which I'm gonna guess is the little parrot bird thing that they've got. That sounds about right.
Can get a little pecker. Abilities: you've got ambushing predators.
Sorry to interrupt, Dan. Did you want to do the stats? You missed out on the usual stat placement.
I did miss out the usual stats. You're absolutely right. I'm doing a terrible job. I'll go back to those in a second. Let me do the abilities, then I'll tell you about what they do. They can infiltrate. They cannot end their move within 9. Oh, no, they don't infiltrate. They do a pre-game move. I assumed it was infiltration.
No.
It's not. So at the start of the first battle round, models in this unit can make a normal move up to 7. They cannot end their move within 9 of any enemy models. Tidy. Bounty hunters, at the start of the first battle round, select 1 enemy unit to be this unit's bounty. Each time a model in this unit makes an attack against its bounty, you can reroll the hit rolls. Ooh, that's really good. And then stealthy hunters. Each time a ranged attack is allocated to a model in this unit, while receiving the benefit of cover, add 1 to any armor saving throw made against that attack. An additional 1, I should specify. So you get +2 in cover. All right. Those are all very, very reasonable rules. Intriguingly, they don't have the core keyword. They've got Tau Empire, Kroot, Infantry, Tau Auxiliary, Kroot, and that's it. Kroot Farstalkers. So they're not core, but I'm guessing very little from the range of Kroot or Tau minis were able to really, meaningfully enhance them anyway.
I'll have a look while you're reading through the stats to see what the regular Kroot infantry have. To see if
take a look, see what the situation is. But anyway, they're movement 7, which is good. Weapon skill 6. Sorry, weapon skill 6. Weapon skill 3. Weapon skill 3+, which is good. Ballistical 4+, which is average. Strength 4, which is good. Toughness 3, which is bad. 1 wound, 2 attacks, leadership 6, and a 6+ save. Leadership 6 is atrocious. But with the Kill Broker, they have leadership 7, and the Kill Broker's only major point of difference is that they have 3 attacks rather than the standard 2. So you're looking at a fast, very, very, very flimsy unit with a good amount of attacks. But what are their weapons? Well, we have the Accelerator Bow, range 18, assault 1, strength 6, -2, 1 damage. Each time an attack is made with this weapon, you can re-roll the wound roll. Okay, fair enough. Pretty reasonable. It's a shame that it's only assault 1, but being able to re-roll the hit rolls against your selected target and then being able to re-roll your wound rolls is no bad thing. And strength 6 is a pretty, solid strength characteristic. We've already done over this one, the Skinner, that I couldn't pronounce the start of, but I'll try again. The Skinner. That has a range of 12, is assault D6, strength 4, -1, 1 damage. Each time an attack is made with this weapon, that attack automatically hits the target. So essentially it's some kind of flamer variant, effectively. The Kroot Hunting Rifle, which isn't the standard Kroot rifle that the majority of them have. This is the enhanced sniper variant of it all. So it's range 36, heavy 1, strength 6, -1 AP, and 2 damage, which is good. Not extraordinary, but not bad. And each time I select a target for this weapon, you ignore Lookout Sir. And if you roll a wound roll of 6, you inflict 1 mortal wound in addition to any normal damage. So essentially a pretty standard sniper profile. Kroot Pistol is basically a bolt pistol, that being pistol 1, strength 4, AP 0, 1 damage. Kroot Rifle is basically a standard bolt gun, range 24, rapid fire 1, strength 4, AP 0, 1 damage. Kroot Scattergun, range 18, assault 2, strength 4, AP 0, 1 damage. Not the best. Londax Tri-Blaster, or Tri-Balist. Anyway, whatever it is a range 18, heavy 3, strength 7, -1, 1 damage weapon. But each time the attack is made with this weapon against a vehicle, it becomes damage characteristic 3. Oof.
Not bad.
That's pretty reasonable. Pulse Carbine is range 24, assault 2, strength 5. Pulse Rifle is range 36, rapid fire 1, strength 5, AP -1, 1 damage. Kroot Rifle in melee is basically strength user, 1 damage, -1 AP. The Ritual Blade is +1 strength, -1 AP, 1 damage. And the Quill Grenade is range 6, grenade D6, strength 4, AP 0, 1 damage, blast. And last thing of all is the Little Pecker. Each time a model in that bearer's unit makes a range attack, the target does not receive the benefit of cover against that attack. Wow.
That's worth taking.
That is worth taking. That's very strong.
For 10 points as well, that's all it costs.
Especially when the majority of your APs are AP -1. But in plenty of instances, your AP -0.
Yes.
So being able to ignore the cover is still pretty meaningful. Because even against Armor of Contempt, right? Armor of Contempt is negating your minus. But it doesn't mean that they're improving their save. So if they're in cover and you're shooting them with AP 0, they're still saving on freeze. Which is meaningful because a lot of the time it's super frustrating when you're shooting at Marines or Lehman Russes or Leagues of Votan because they just basically go, not worried about your -1. Super annoying. So in a way, having a lot of AP 0 is almost more optimal when it comes to firing into that than not.
Yeah, no, that's true.
And I mean, here's the thing, right? It looks to me like worst case scenario, this unit's going to set you back 110 points. Most realistically, you're probably going to end up where you're about 100. For 100 points, You got your 4-up armor in cover, which isn't terrible. You got your pre-game move. You're pretty nippy. You definitely are going to be able to complement a force of Tau with some aggression. Again, it's 10 reasonably interesting models with some interesting rules. I love Kroot, so I'm innately a fan of this unit, but I will admit that nothing is jumping off the page at me. It doesn't necessarily immediately fill any particular role that I think the Tower players were falling over themselves to get hold of. I think more likely you're still going to be looking at things like Kroot Hounds to fill this kind of role, because in a way the Kroot Hounds kind of do what I assert you would want this unit to do, but just in an altogether better sort of way. So yeah, and the fact that they're elite makes them a little bit wibbly as well. Had they been a troops choice, I think I would have always found an excuse to put one in a Tau army, but as an elite, it's a difficult one to justify, I think. I do love it. It's a cool unit.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah. So about the keywords, no, none of the Kroot have core, but the Kroot Shaper, I think it is, which is a kind of commander,
leader,
lieutenant type model, gives reroll to hit rolls on all Kroot units. So
nice.
You don't need core to get it, but obviously you're potentially losing. I think they don't get it because obviously they just do the core for Tau, so they want to exclude the Tau, Farsight sort of rerolls.
I'll say it again I'll say it again for the sake of saying it. The unit is gorgeous.
Oh yeah,
it's an absolutely stunning range of miniatures. The rules, I think, for the sake of 90 to 100 points, are pretty reasonable. I mean, the fact is that you're getting 10, bodies that can do some interesting stuff. It's a shame they've not got OBSEC. I think that would have made them super useful, but the fact that they're re-rolling to hit, and the fact that they've got some re-roll to wound stuff, and the fact that they can be kind of mixing it up in front of your, main forces from the get-go is all sorts of reasonable.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you sort of want to pre-game move them out onto like an objective on the side of the table, ideally out the way, and just sort of sit there and be a nuisance unit, sort of sniping and sort of harassing without really having to go anywhere else. I sort of feel like they fall into that same problem you get with a lot of units, especially things like Death Watch, where Death Watch probably do it better, but it's like you've got loads of cool weapon choices, but it's like one model does one thing, another model does another thing, and you've got like 6 different weapons, and you're rolling for each one separately. So whenever you use this unit, if they've all got like the unique loadouts, you're spending ages doing stuff, and because of that, they've got lots of versatility, but they're not doing any one thing particularly well. Although I would say the one unit that does seem to do it well is the Orc Commandos. And I think they're like the pinnacle of a unit that's been really good for kill team and thematically visually cool, but also really useful in 40k and sort of bridges the gap between the two game systems perfectly. Whereas everything else tends to just be almost like a generic squad with a couple of war gear options, or like this one where they do loads of cool stuff, but that doesn't really work as well in the game of 40k, but is thematically spot on for kill team.
I don't know. I think ultimately you're always going to have that issue, aren't you, with kill teams making their way over into 40k.
Oh yeah.
What I like about this is that they've been really nice in the way that they've kind of allocated this unit in the way that you can essentially just take it as a sort of Boggo unit with all the same loadout, right? I mean, the standard out of the gate unit with the Kroot rifles, the quill grenades, the Kroot pistols
is standard, yeah.
Yeah, and you can take that, and that's fine. For 80 points, it's like, yeah, sure. You get access to a few little extra rules. The pre-game move's pretty reasonable. Although I feel like all Kroot have that, right? Like, that's just a Kroot thing. Is that a group thing?
The
Pre-game move? I feel like that is just
yes,
the
I
thing
think
the group
it
has.
is. Yeah, because I think even the Shaper has that. So he's got that.
So really, the reason you're taking this unit is because
even
I
the
think it
standard carnivores have it as well.
Yeah, so I think it just comes down to a kind of rule of cool thing, doesn't it? You're going to add this to your army because it's cool, and you're going to utilize some of the weapons because they're quirky.
Yeah, because
the truth is,
the box
they're not reinventing the wheel.
Yeah, because the box end squad just has the rifles and the quill grenades, and that's it. But they still get the cover save bonus and the pre-game move, the ambushing predators rule. So yeah, you just get extra cool war gear options with these guys. I think
and pretty models.
Yes, the pretty models. I think the Pekra bird ability is really good because that ignores cover, which is effectively like free AP against targets in cover, which is pretty good. And yeah, because you can take 2 of the scatter guns. That's the only weapon you can take twice, and that does assault 2. I mean, it's not great. I don't think it's like it's just a shotgun basically. Yeah, it's interesting. I think some of the other stuff like the hunting rifle is pretty cool, and some of the heavier weapons like the Tri-Blaster, that's pretty cool, especially against vehicles, although it doesn't have much in the way of AP, but I mean, yeah, there's some cool looking weapons in there for sure.
I mean, the one thing I will say about the scattergun is that it doesn't cost you any points to add it.
That's true.
So the fact that you're going from what is essentially a bolt gun to a range 18 assault 2 gun really doesn't actually change anything, does it? Actually, in a way, you probably just stick to the rifle because the rifle at least gives you -1 in combat, which the scattergun doesn't give you. So
true. I guess the scattergun gives you a more consistent output of shots at mid-range. So between 12 and 18 inches, that's its sweet spot where it performs better than the...
Between 13 and 18, I suppose.
Yes, sorry, 13 and 18. Because that's where it gets its 2 shots in. And above that, it can't shoot at all. Beyond 18 to 24 is where the recruit rifle can just shoot, and under 12 or 12 and under it can shoot twice, so it's as efficient. Obviously you've got the aspect where it's an assault weapon, and so you can advance and shoot, but you've literally only got 2 of them, unless of course you also take the pulse carbine. Then you don't really have any other weapons, so it's like, do you really want to advance a whole squad just for 2 or maybe 3 models to be able to shoot their weapons? I mean, if you're
hitting on 5s, you're all right.
Yeah, I mean, if your intention is to get off a charge and you have to, you can't even advance and charge because you're not White Skull, silly croots. So I mean,
silly croots.
It feels not worth it. I mean, I like the idea of just running around chucking quill grenades because that just sounds cool. Here's a hedgehog, have one.
Yeah,
to the face.
I dig them. I think they're a really cool unit. I just think they're just not. They're cool, but they're not good. But they're not. It's not that they're not good.
I mean, that summary, I think we will be saying for every single data sheet. That is my guess.
Let's find out, mate. Tell us about the Cartographica Rogue Traders.
The Elucidian Stars Riders, according to this. I thought it was Star Striders.
Well, intriguingly, when you actually open up the data sheet, they don't even call them that anymore.
Oh, okay.
So in the data sheet, they've gone back to Astra Cartographica.
Yes, which is... Oh, okay, so this is where we actually have a really interesting conundrum. Oh, because it's actually 2 data sheets. It's Cartographer Rogue Trader, and then we have the Voidsman at Arms. Now, I'm just going to load up my app here, because I believe there is an issue that I pointed out when it first came out. What book was it in? It was in a Warzone book. Was it Critical Mass? No.
What are you trying to prove, Phil? Explain.
So there are. So they did the Rogue Trader rules originally in one of the Warzone books.
Correct.
Which has a Rogue Trader in it. which had all three of the rogue traders.
Correct, yeah.
Which
Had all the
somewhat conflicts with this, because it also had the Voidsman at Arms. And it's like, last time I checked the app, they hadn't sort of made legacy the old rules and updated them with these ones. So actually it was like, surely the old ones don't still exist, but the old rogue trader rule had access to the 3 different versions of the rogue trader, because there's been 3
correct.
rogue trader minis, all each with different loadouts, and they gave you access to all of them, and you could basically pick which one you wanted. Whereas this one is, you have a rogue trader model, but it comes with 3 optional like assistants, hangers-ons that you can take. So I just wanted to see if the old data sheets were still available or not.
Well, I mean, I feel like they probably are, on the basis that, I mean, for a start, I think they've got different names.
Yes.
I'd have to dig up the old book, mate, but like...
Well, actually, if I just search Rogue Trader, the only one that comes up now is this one. So that might imply that they've gotten rid of the old one, because this one originally wasn't in the app, which was the,
I've got to be honest with you, though. I feel like if anyone's rocking up with the old General Melchid or sword leg lady or gun for a leg or whatever, the old peg leg one, then fair play.
Well,
I don't think it's going to really kind of cause any massive issues, is it?
Because I guess the issue is those 2 minis are now out of production, so they could have moved them to Legends, but I assume they won't exist in the Legends file, because I think Games Workshop sort of just forgotten that Legends is a thing and that they've kind of stopped bothering to support it.
No, Phil. That's not how they work.
Games Workshop coming up with a cool concept and then forgetting about it months later.
I love the fact you're now calling it a cool concept, whereas all you used to do is complain about it.
Well, yes, it's because that's where all the Krieg models sat. But
yes.
I think as an idea, it is pretty good. Actually, the idea that was better that they've completely forgotten about, which was the range rotation, where they would take models and they would go, we're not selling them anymore, temporarily, in quotes, not selling them anymore. We remove them from the website, but the rules will still be available for use in your codex and such like, so you can still play them. We haven't moved them to Legends, so they're still valid units for you to play in tournaments and events, but we just appreciate that, no one really buys them, so we're not really bothering to sell them anymore, so we can make room in our warehouses and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But nowadays I feel like they just discontinue stuff. Like, let's not get into Commissar Yarrick, but I get the feeling that's what's happened to him, and they could have range rotationed him out and gone, yeah, he's still viable for those that have the model, but they've just gone, nah. But we'll talk about that another time.
We will. There'll be an entire section where we'll talk about all the new guard stuff and the stuff that may have been removed.
Yes, I guess in terms of the Rogue Trader, though, so it was about a year ago, it was in the one of the Warzone books. So in theory, you bought that book because you own those Rogue Traders, and now those rules are no longer valid, and they've just gotten rid of them, as far as I can tell.
Well, that seems very out of sorts for Games Workshop with things that aren't Space Marines. They're normally so good at maintaining consistent support for that sort of thing.
Yes.
Yeah.
Do
you remember once upon a time where units like a Rogue Trader was sort of a series of open-ended recommendations, as it were, open to interpretation? I feel like these are the elements where this sort of rules rigidity to the sorts of things a Rogue Trader can be or an Inquisitor can be kind of come and bite them on the bottom, right? It's a bit of a weird one where we're like, cool, you could just give me a data sheet that could let me make any Rogue Trader that I want. But instead it's like, no, rigidly there are 3 variants.
Yes, it's based on them. Yeah, I do miss the olden days of the flexibility of just sort of you'll build your own units, and you sort of still get that with the captains and some Space Marine stuff due to the firstborn models more than anything else. I've just found them. So the old Rogue Trader, and we say old, last year, was in Warzone Octarius Book 2. They're still in the app, but in brackets are called Archive. So at least they're still available, even if I'm assuming no longer legal.
Mm. I mean, the 4 people that were in that unique set of circumstances are, obviously appalled. But,
I know. Let's
not that we're
move.
diminishing their plight or their struggle. I'm just saying.
But we've got to look out
it's
for.
Probably a rare thing that can, To be fair, Phil, you're probably one of the only people that's impacted potentially. And it hasn't even impacted you, in fact. So
no, I mean,
I
I have the models. I just don't have them built yet. Yet is the key, though.
Yet.
Anyway, so we've got the Cartographer Rogue Trader. I'll go through that one first. We've got one Rogue Trader with a movement of 6 inches, a weapon skill and ballistic skill of 3+, a strength and toughness of 3, 4 wounds, 3 attacks, leadership 9, and a 4+ save. Then we've got 3 optional models that you can take within that unit. You've got the Death Korps Executioner, movement 6, a 2+ weapon skill, a 4+ ballistic skill, strength and toughness of 3, 2 wounds, 5 attacks, leadership 7 and a 5+ save. All of them have a leadership of 7 and a 5+ save, so I won't mention that for the next ones. Then we've got a Electro Maester, with a movement of 6, a 4+, weapon skill 3+, ballistic skill, strength and toughness of 3, 2 wounds, 1 attack, and then lastly we've got the Rejuvenat Adept, movement 6, 4+, weapon skill, ballistic skill, strength and toughness of 3, 2 wounds, 1 attack. So you can. If you've got the Rogue Trader, they're equipped with a household pistol and a monomolecular cane rapier. The Death Korps Executioner is equipped with a Death Mask, Death Korps Power Blade. The Electro Maester is equipped with a voltaic pistol. I think that's right. I'm struggling with the small text, even though I've zoomed it in. And then the Rejuvenat Adept is equipped with a las pistol.
Or something like that. Is it not Volt?
No, it's VOLTAIC, voltaic, I guess.
We'll go with that.
So let's try and go through these in order of person. So we've got the Rogue Trader with the household pistol. So that's a 12-inch range pistol. 1 strength 5 -3, 2 damage. So that is pretty good. And then the monomolecular cane rapier. Melee weapon +1 to their strength, so that is strength 4, -2 AP, 1 damage, and each time the bearer fights, you make 3 additional attacks. So they've got 3 attacks, that would be 6 attacks in combat. So that is actually pretty good, I would say.
It's not bad.
The Death Korps Executioner has a dart mask, which again is a pistol 1 12-inch range, strength 2, -2 AP, 1 damage, each time they make an attack. With this weapon, excluding vehicle and Titanics, a unmodified wound roll of 2+ is always successful. So, that's not too bad, because considering it's -2. And they've also got the Death Korps Power Blade, which is +1 strength, so again, strength 4, -3 AP and 1 damage, which is, yes, sort of alright. And then we've got the voltaic pistol on the Electro Maester, which again, pistol 1, 12-inch range, strength 5, AP 0, 2 damage. And then each time an attack is made with this weapon, an unmodified hit roll of 6 scores 2 additional hits, which is kind of cool. And 2 damage, that's pretty strong. And then the Rejuvenat Adept is just a las pistol, so, pistol 1, 12-inch range, strength 3, 1 damage, the weakest one of the bunch. But we now get to the juicy bit. We get a bunch of abilities, so they all have agents of the Imperium, so obviously you can include them in a standard detachment. Was it a battalion? Is it a vanguard and patrol?
So it's a patrol, battalion, and brigade.
Oh, brigade, that's it, yeah. So you can include only 1 unit, bearing in mind, and this will be important unless, of course, they've updated this when we get to the issue.
Let's find out.
We've also got Captain on Deck. So in your command phase, select one friendly Navis Imperialis core unit, which will be the Voidsman at Arms. Units within 9 inches of this unit's Cartographer Rogue Trader model. Until the start of your next command phase, each time a model in that unit makes an attack, add 1 to the hit roll. So that's pretty cool. It's also good that they are doing the range specifically from the Rogue Trader model, so you can't use the other models to sort of string out the range of your aura. So I think that's good when they're doing these weird sort of effectively multi-character units. We've also got field generators and uncanny reflexes. So the unit's Cartographer Rogue Trader model has a 4+ invulnerable save. All the others have a 5+ invulnerable save, which is nice. We've got healing serum. So while this unit includes a rejuvenate adept, models in this unit, if they would lose a wound on a 5+, the wound is not lost. So 5+ feel no pain for that character. Then we've got the Motive Force Invocation. So while this unit includes a Lectomaster model, each time a model in this unit makes an attack, an unmodified wound roll of 6, improve the AP by 1, which is pretty good. And then the Master and Commander, which is a nice movie reference and book reference. If your army is battle forged, you can include a maximum of 1 Cartographer Rogue Trader model in each detachment in your army. This model cannot be taken in a compulsory battlefield role slot, which is key to the weird issue, I believe, of the Voidsman at Arm, which we'll get to.
How many points do you imagine, Phil, that unit is?
90 points, I'm going to guess.
Really? 90 points?
I'm going to scroll down. It's 60 points, but it's 60 points base. With the Death Korps Executioner, it's 15. With the Lectomaster, that's another 15. And the Rejuvenate Adept is 10. So 60.
100 points
70.
for the whole unit.
So I wasn't far off. So
No, you were not.
Are you like pricey? Too pricey?
I think it's incredible value. I think that's a really strong unit for 100 points.
It's very killy at a 12-inch range. I think that's the thing. It's a very short range, but it's a command sort of squad and it's got a nice buff for your Voidsman at Arms with the +1 to hit, which is cool. I like the fact that they've all got invuln saves, because I still are a bit remiss that some of the Inquisitor units don't. So, oh God, what's his name? Eisenhorn doesn't have an invuln save, so it's cool that these guys do. And they all have a feel no pain effectively as well. Yeah,
the fact is that it's 10 wounds, 5+ with 5+ invulns and 5+ feel no pains, which is really strong. For 100 points.
And obviously they can improve the AP of their weapons by 1, which is kind of cool. Wait, is that just for shooting, or is it any attack? It says, which is good, because actually, so your close combat weapons, most of them have already got a decent amount of AP on. So all it's doing is effectively is it's countering things like Armor of Contempt, but it does make your things that are good even gooder. Let's butcher the English language. So yeah, you've got your Dark Maskers -2 and your Household Pistols -3. So making that -3 and -4 sometimes is completely useless when there's an invuln save, but against other units that just means they probably don't get a save when they would have had a save on like 5s or 6s. So that's
There's a real argument for 100 points throwing that in an army. That's so much more a no-brainer than the Kroot work. There is obviously, there are probably more efficient ways of spending 100 points.
Yes, it's not very killy, although it's got a decent amount of close combat stuff and some shooting that is half decent. But I think you said that they've got a fair bit of durability. They obviously don't have any I'm just trying to think. Oh, wait. So here's a weird thing. They do have a character keyword on specifically the Rogue Trader model.
Yeah, correct. Yeah.
I can't remember because it kept changing how the character keyword affects a unit. I believe because it's got a unit of other models, you effectively... is it the other models give lookout, sir, to the... No, it wouldn't. Because originally, back in 8th edition, if you had one model in the unit that was character, they all gained character keyword. But I believe you effectively ignore it having a character because you've got other models in the unit. So you'll still target it, you'll put the wounds onto the other models first, and then when the rogue trader is the last man, or in this case lady, standing, then there will be a character and you can use lookout sir with other units nearby. I don't think they get a benefit innately.
Yeah, that would need to be something to look into, because that is actually quite a janky nuance. Because although for the purposes of certain rules, you would assert that only the rogue trader has character. But then in the case of Lookout Sir, you could argue that, the unit's a character. So
if the whole unit could benefit from being within 3 inches of another unit, then that would actually be really cool. Whether I would assume it doesn't, but we'd have to double check the rules. Maybe we can do that later.
It's a very quirky, interesting rules interaction. But regardless, I think it's a cool unit. I think it's fun for 100 points, irrespective of all the character jank. It's as you called it, the was it Elysian Star Striders. If they had a cool deep strike mechanic, because they're effectively teleporting or coming down from their spaceship, I think that would be a cool kind of thematic gimmick for the Rogue Trader army or Imperial Navis. Yeah.
Obviously, I guess they wouldn't necessarily be teleporting because that tends to be reserved for Terminator, so maybe it doesn't make sense that they get it. But just as terms of like a utility for these guys to plug and play into a standard Imperium army, that would be really cool that they could do that. But they can't in this respect. Anyway, should we move on to the Voidsman at Arms and see how they look? So, Voidsman at Arms, you can take 4 to 8 Voidsmen. You get 1 Void Master and 1 optional Canid, which is the little doggo. They've all got, actually not all, because the Canid's different. So the humans have a movement of 6+, a weapon skill and ballistic skill of 4+, a strength and toughness of 3, 1 wound, 1 attack, and a leadership of 6+, and a 4+ save. The Void Master has +1 attack, +1 leadership, so 2 attacks, leadership 7. And then the Doggo, the Canid, has a movement of 8, a 3+ weapon skill, no ballistic skill, no guns for him, a strength of 6, a toughness of 3, 1 wound, 3 attacks, which is quite bitey, a leadership of 6, not very loyal for a dog, and a 4+ save.
It's strength 4, mate, not strength 6.
Oh, yeah. Did I say strength 6? No.
I think you said strength 6. Although weirdly, I did the same earlier. When maybe something's going on. Maybe there's like
the screen.
We are filming this like a day before recording this, rather a day before Halloween. Maybe it's a ghoul.
Spooky stuff is it's the Galapox. They've infected our computers.
Exactly. Well, they say if we see one more 6, that will be 3 6s, Phil.
Oh my
God.
God.
Can only mean one thing.
Bellicor.
Hysteria. Yes, indeed. Bellicor. Goodness gracious. Anyway, sorry, carry on.
Yeah, so for every 5 models, 1 Voidsman model is equipped with a las pistol, and a Voidsman rotor cannon. Oh, okay, so basically you can take a Voidsman rotor cannon, but you also get a las pistol with it. And then for every other Voidsman model is equipped with a las gun and las pistol. And then the Void's Master is equipped with an Artificer shotgun and las pistol. Oh, okay. Oh, it's not an upgrade. They just have it, obviously, because that's how they come built and there's no options with these guys. So we've got the shotgun on the Void's Master, range 18, assault 2, strength 4, AP 0, and 2 damage. So that is 1 point damage better than the scatterguns of the Kroots. The las pistol, pretty standard, 12-inch range, pistol 1, strength 3, no AP, 1 damage. The las gun, everyone knows what that is, but 24-inch range, rapid fire 1, strength 3, no AP, and 1 damage. But the Voidsman rotor cannon is a 24-inch range, heavy 4, strength 6. Now this is strength 6. 1 damage, and -1 AP. So kind of daiquiri, but not like crazy. It's not like, 6 shots, which would be, great. Which is what is the assault cannon on the Terminators, 6 shots.
Yeah, heavy 6, yeah.
It is heavy 6. Okay, yeah, I thought so.
Heavy 6, strange 6, -1, yeah.
Agents of the Imperium, as before, these guys have the Masters of Close Confines. So each time a model in this unit makes a ranged attack that targets a unit within 12 inches, an unmodified hit roll of 6 scores 1 additional hit, which is pretty cool, actually. And then they've got shipborne personnel. If your army is battle forged, this unit cannot be used as a compulsory selection in a detachment, i.e. as the only troops in the patrol detachment, unless the detachment is a Navis Imperialis detachment. Now, this is the weird thing. So it's basically saying you can take them, but you can't take them in your the compulsory slots when you need, like, I need a minimum of 2 troops, or in this case, let's say 1 for a patrol. Was it 2? 2 for a patrol.
It's 1 troops, 1 HQ.
Yeah. So, okay, let's say we want to do except it says unless the detachment is a Navis Imperialis detachment. So let's say
we want to do one of those, yeah.
We want to do that. This is going to be our compulsory troop choice for patrol. Now, let's take, obviously, the Cartographer Rogue Trader is an HQ option. So let's take that as the HQ for our Imperial Navis detachment. But it specifically says if your army is battle forged, you can include a maximum of 1 Cartographer Rogue Trader model in each detachment in your army. This model cannot be taken in a compulsory battlefield role slot. So if we were to take a patrol, this can't be the HQ model for the the Navis Imperialis detachment, because it's missing the exemption of unless this is an Imperial Navis detachment, which is what the troops have. So, and they've still not fixed it, basically. So if you want to do a detachment that's purely Imperial Navis or Navis Imperialis, you can't, because of the weird wording on the Rogue Traders is missing the exemption that it needs to make it work.
But let's be real, you can, because no one cares. But,
But if you're doing, by the letter of the law, if you wanted to take this to a tournament that was like, a big deal, let's say you somehow won LVO with this, obviously that's not going to be the case, or you just did well with any tournament that was of note, let's say, people will call this out and be like, well, you've cheated. And it's like, it feels like this is an obvious mistake. It was pointed out by myself and other people in the comments to Warhammer when they posted this up originally to say, I think this is a mistake, and obviously it's not been fixed. I mean, it might be fixed in the app and just not on the website. It's
he's heading off to the app. He's gonna double down.
Let's so here's the thing: it wasn't on the app before, so the fact is. Oh no, it's still not updated. Yeah, they've still not fixed it. So that's a boo-boo on Games Workshop's part.
Unbelievable.
How rude of them. Yeah, so you could still take the rogue. So your only option is basically to have the Voidsman at Arms or the Rogue Trader in. Actually, you can't. Yeah, you can only take them individually using the Agents of the Imperium rule, right? Because otherwise, unless you're doing an unbound detachment, which no one ever does, but thematically, if you were just, wanting to roll some dice or do a campaign or something where it's a bit more flavorful, you would just talk to your friends and be like, yeah, this is cool, right? That I can do this. I can just add them into either my existing detachment, or let's just assume the rules are written as they're meant to be, and I can take a specific Navis Imperialis detachment. That would be great. But if you're doing it by the letter of the law, the only way to include either of them, if you wanted to include both of them, you effectively need 2 detachments and use the Agents of the Imperium on each detachment to add one of these units in for each one. Which is a shame that they've kind of mucked up the the only way to run them. But as you pointed out, not many people will be doing this, so it's not a problem. And, I doubt people will be taking them to events.
It's very unlikely as well, though, that in, most instances where people take this, that most people won't acknowledge that that's clearly a mistake. If someone...
Yes, yeah. I think it's that thing of you just point it out and they're like, yeah, no, that's fine. Just take them.
Yeah, it shouldn't, it should not be a problem. It is entirely evident that this is how it is intended to work.
Yes.
So it seems unnecessary to grumble about them. But what I will say about them, if I can say something about them.
Oh, yeah. I was just going to say 10 points a model for the Voidsman at Arms, and you can take them in squad sizes of 5 to 10.
Yes. Yeah. I think they're okay. I don't think they're as good as the cartographer rogue trader. I think if you were looking at either of these as a bolt-on, as an agent of the Imperium, I think you'd take the rogue trader every time over the Voidsman Arms.
Yes, no, I agree. I think, though, ideally you want to combo them together because the rogue trader gives the Voidsman Arms +1 to hit and in short range. So ideally, both units want to be shooting at stuff within 12-inch range. So the rogue traders use their pistols within 12 inches, and then the Voidsman... they basically got their las guns at rapid firing within 12, and then they've got their Masters of Close Confines, so they're getting a natural 6 is an additional hit, and then they get +1 to hit as well, which obviously doesn't stack with those two events, but it's does mean you get a bit more damage in. They're very just like infantry killy, right? They don't have any AP or much AP. Like the rotor cannon's got AP1. What I'm most disappointed in is the dog doesn't have any abilities. It just has like an attack profile in combat, and that's all it is. It'd be cool if it could, I don't know, like run up and bite someone for mortal wounds or something, a bit like how some of the other animal type stuff can do, or it could sniff people out, so it could ignore cover, a bit like the Petrarch as well.
You could send it off to fetch something.
Exactly, it can hold an objective from a distance because it can run off and look after it for you.
Yeah, that's it. Or use its sense of smell to warn of something. Or whatever, I don't know.
Oh, yeah, so it gives you a, when people arrive from deep strike and you get to auspex scan them. Maybe that's what it does.
Yeah, or you can't arrive within 12 of it.
So many choices like they could have just thrown in. Well, I guess what's cool about the Voidsman is they're just 10 points a model.
They're too many points.
Well, yeah, your 10 points. One of those models is dog, remember? In fact... Yeah. Wait, is it? Hold on.
Yeah, one of those models is a dog.
Oh, it is optional, so you don't have to have it. But obviously, if you've got a box, I guess you get one of them out of it. So that's your options.
Yeah. They're too pricey for what they are. Ballistic skill 4 with a 4-up armor save.
Yeah, ballistic skill 3-up would have been nicer because it feels like they should be elite, especially when we look at the breaches next, right? Because they also have the Navis Imperialis keyword, so you can kind of combo them together to form a slightly larger detachment of like your rogue traders. But I think, I sort of feel like these guys should be a bit more of the elite bodyguard for the rogue trader as opposed to just bog standard men at arms on the ship.
Totally agree.
But then I would also argue that with the breaches when we get to them as well.
Yeah, rogue trader, dig it. The Voidsman, overcosted. But let's talk about the breaches, Phil. Come on, tell me about these breaches.
Okay. So
they got a lot of weapons.
We're going to be here a while.
I thought we would have been done by now with this segment, but I should have known better.
When are we ever done? So these guys are also troops. So you get 9 Navis armsmen and 1 Navis Sergeant at Arms. So they've all got the same profile, bar the Sergeant getting +1 attack, +1 leadership, same as the Voidsman at Arms. So they've got movement 6, weapon skill, ballistic skill 4+, strength and toughness of 3, 1 attack, 1 wound, 1 attack, leadership 6 and a 4+ save. Obviously the Sergeant's got 2 attacks, leadership 7. The 1 Navis Armsman model is equipped with a Navis Las Volley, and 1 Navis Armsman model is equipped with a heavy shotgun and endurance shield, which is a big breacher shield. And then every other model's got a Navis shotgun. I'll then do the upgrades that you can get. So the Sergeant can replace his shotgun with an auto pistol and chainsword, or a bolt pistol and power sword, which is quite cool. 1 Navis is the Las Volley, can replace it with a melter gun or plasma gun. That's pretty cool. I didn't realise those options were in the kits. 1 guy can replace his shotgun with an auto pistol and power axe. Another guy can replace his shotgun with an auto pistol and chain fist. And another guy can be equipped with a demolition charge, 1 frag grenade, and 1 smoke grenade. So we've got the auto pistol and bolt pistol, kind of the same. So range 12 inches, pistol 1. The auto pistol is strength 3, the bolt pistol is strength 4. Both of them have no AP and 1 damage. The regular shotguns. Oh, where's the heavy shotgun? Hold on, did I miss that?
I don't think you did miss it.
Oh, so there's let's do it first of all. So the regular shotgun is 18-inch range, assault 2, strength 4, AP 0.
One of them comes
damage.
with. One of them comes with a heavy shotgun.
Yeah, so the guy with the breacher shield gets the heavy shotgun.
Yes.
Yeah, that's it. Okay, so we did miss it. So assault 2, strength 4, AP 0, 1 damage is the basic one. The heavy shotgun is 18-inch range as well. Assault 4, so double the number of shots, but same profile. So strength 4, AP 0, 1 damage. The big gun, the Las Volley, is 24-inch range. Heavy 4, strength 6, AP -1 and 1 damage. So that's same as the rotor cannon that we just saw. We've got the melter gun, so that's 12-inch range, assault 1.
Everyone knows what that melter gun is, surely, Phil.
Surely. Okay, let's ignore those two. Melter gun, plasma gun. We know what they are, right? And if you don't, look it up. The chain fist, though, is slightly different because you don't normally see chain fists on non-Terminator models.
It is the same as the Terminator profile.
Is it? Oh,
yeah,
well, it's
but just read it anyway.
It's strength ×2, which would normally be 8 on a Terminator, but is basically their strength 3, so it becomes strength 6, so not quite as efficient. But it's -4 AP, D3 damage. Each time an attack is made with this weapon, subtract 1 from the attack's hit rolls, and if you're allocating the attack on a vehicle, that attack has a damage characteristic of 3, which is really nice. People know what a chainsword is. People might not know what a power axe is, though. So a power axe is +2 strength, so that's 5, -2 AP and 1 damage. Power sword +1 strength, -3 and 1 damage. The demolition charge is a 6-inch range grenades D6, strength 8, -3, 2 damage. It's also got blast, and the bearer can only shoot with each of these once per battle. So it's a one-off, which I always find really annoying, but fair enough. And they've also got frag grenades, which everyone should know what they are. We've got 2 war gear options. So we've got the endurance shield, which is a 5-up invulnerable save. In addition, add 1 to the armor saving throws made to the bearer. So sort of like a storm shield, I guess. And their save is 4. So it gives them a 3-up save, which isn't too bad. This is the interesting one. They've also got smoke grenades, and the bearer gains the smoke screen keyword, which is completely pointless because there is no stratagem for them to use their smoke grenades. So unless these are in the Guard Codex, and I've obviously not looked at the leaks or anything, so I don't know, I'd assume not. it's a bit pointless because obviously smokescreen is a keyword that you normally use for to use a stratagem to be -1 to hit when you're being shot at. But these guys don't have a codex, and I don't think will appear in any codex unless they were obviously probably meant to appear in a Warzone book, which would make sense. And in the Warzone book, they probably would have been given the some stratagems as well. So that's what we're missing out on, and that's the fault of everyone that complained about the Warzone book. So you can blame them, the few people that will actually run this as an army in 40k or as a unit. And then we've got the abilities. So Agents of the Imperium, same as before. Void Armor. So each time an attack is allocated to a model in this unit, the AP characteristic of the attack is worsened by 1. So it's sort of like Armor of Contempt, but in reverse. It's not +1 to your save. It's no, this is what Armor of Contempt
It's Armor
is,
of Contempt.
It's Armor of Contempt. Yeah. Brilliant.
It's Armor of Contempt.
Yes, that's what we like. So shipborne personnel, so same as the Voidsman arms. If your army is battle forged, the unit cannot be used as a compulsory selection in detachment unless the detachment is Navis Imperialis. So these guys can also be in that same kind of patrol detachment or battalion if you've got several of these units, but you still can't technically have an HQ with them. These are also core. I assumed the Voidsman arms were core. I didn't look, but they're both troops, so I assume that they are.
They're both core, yes.
And then lastly, we've got the points. So they're 10 points a model as well. So the unit is 110 in total.
Yeah, so they're actually 11 points per model.
Yeah, I was going to say, how does that work out? That's weird maths going on, unless you get 11 models in the unit, which you don't. The demo charge is 10 points, the melter gun is 5 points, and plasma gun is 5 points.
So the way that works out, Phil, is that you read the unit size and thought it said points. So the first line is unit size, 10 models.
Oh, yes, sorry, I thought that was 10 points a model. No, you're right. Okay, yes, what a good spot. So the unit size is 10 models, and then there's flat cost for the entire unit because you can only take them in units of 10. Whereas the Voidsman at Arms, see, the thing, I can't remember. I think, are they just 5 models? And it's suggesting that you can double up. Yeah. So you could potentially have 2 dogs in a squad if you were mad.
No, you can only have 1 dog in a squad.
Oh, it's 0 to 1. Yeah. Oh, yes. That's it. But you could have 2 rotor cannons because it's for every 5 models you get one of those.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Right. That makes sense.
It's a very weird thing, the way that they've done the points or worked out the rules for the Voidsman. But irrespective, I mean, these guys are a little better equipped than the Voidsman in some regards. The shotties are a little bit more compelling. The options that the unit have access to are pretty reasonable because you can give them melter guns and plasma guns, and that certainly adds something. And the other cool thing about them is that they do also have that really cool 2-handed power axe that looks really awesome.
Yeah, that looks very cool. It's weird that they don't have the close confines ability that the Voidsman at Arms had, which is odd because these are the guys that actually breach and are the more sort of veteran of the two, I would say. Because these are the ones actually going out and doing boarding actions, whereas the other ones, the Voidsman at Arms, are more for defense when they get attacked, I would say. So it's odd that they don't have this ability because maybe it would just make these guys too good, right? But I don't know. At the same time, that they're just regular guardsmen that will technically have armor of contempt, but most people shooting at them will just shoot them with other AP0 weapons anyway, so it won't make a single bit of difference. I don't think if you're shooting them with lasguns back. Obviously, I think things like Tau and stuff will have actually Tau don't have AP built in, but a lot of units do have tons of crazy AP just on their bog standard units. So I don't know. They seem all right, and I like the idea of having all 3 of the Navis units together in a sort of small detachment. So you got your rogue trader, plus you've got your breaches and the Voidsman at Arms, and that would be a cool. little plug-and-play detachment into a larger Imperial army, I think, especially if you're doing like thematic games or like a campaign of some kind.
Yeah, I think on the advent of boarding actions, or whatever it was called. Was it boarding actions?
I think it was, yeah.
Yeah. So, with the boarding actions rule set and what that represents, maybe for a lot of like Imperium players, doing maybe a double patrol and chucking in a unit of breachers alongside a unit of Voidsman at Arms could be a really interesting thematic option to add to the overall kind of vibe of the army. I do really like the idea of having a couple of breacher squads amongst Space Marines, for example, just kind of helping out, as it were.
Recreating the Angels of Death. Like, cause when they're being attacked, it's like, admittedly, all the Space Marines were off on the planet, but you had the Tech Marine and stuff. But you could do a bit more of a, we're a Space Marine naval vessel being attacked. And these guys, I guess, would they actually have these guys? I presume the breachers technically would only be on the Imperial Navy ships, not the Space Marine ships. But still, they would possibly have a complement of these guys, just as bog standard, humans running about the ship and stuff.
Yeah, it's a good question. I would assume maybe it's something that you could add for like, no, you're probably right. I mean, them and maybe some Skitarii.
But I don't think it's a huge leap of logic to be like, these guys are on a Space Marine ship doing guard duty, and we're gonna do we're being boarded type mission.
Well, I assume the whole purpose of the Index Astartes was that they indoctrinated that not one person could be in control of everything, and the Imperial Navy has always been a sort of separate entity. But then Marines do keep their own ships. But it's known that the Imperial the Marine fleets are still a kind of offshoot of the Navy, because they're still
the pilots and the captains are still
not always, but sometimes.
But yes, so it's one of those weird grey areas where it feels like what the law says and what it does are two separate things, because it's like technically the Imperial Navy should be one thing completely separate from Space Marines, but then in Battlefleet Gothic and in all the law, actually Space Marines have their own ships and they're all tend to be commanded by Space Marines and not the bog standard humans. So it always feels a bit odd. It should be more like what their main inspiration comes from is Dune, where it's like you've got the navigator guild, and it's like if you want to go anywhere, you've got to hire the Imperial Navy to come and pick you up and take you somewhere, and that would make them a completely separate entity, which is not really what they actually kind of portrayed as in 40k.
No, that's fair.
But despite that, I think you say combining the two would be a great theme.
Absolutely. So there we go. I actually think they're okay. I still don't think they're great. I just really like the look of the unit. It's cool that it's got some. I feel like they're slightly better than Voidsman Arms, but it feels like Voidsman are overpointed, and then conversely, these are overpointed.
I mean, the Voidsman Arms literally just have las cannons. That'd be great. Just las guns basically, and they don't really have anything else. I mean, they've got the gimmick of +1 to hit with the Rogue Trader, and which doesn't, I don't think, stack with these guys.
No, I don't think so.
Hold on, let's just double check. Because if
I think it's. Well,
hold on. It was.
So the rule you're referring to.
Imperial Navis Core. So it actually would work on the breaches.
Oh, very nice. Okay,
which is very good. And let's just double check that. Yeah, they must have core as well. Yeah, so both.
And Imperial Navis.
Voidsman. How weird. They've got the concussion grenades keyword on the Voidsman at Arms, but obviously that doesn't do anything. It's like I'm 100% convinced now, having seen a few of these things, that these were originally going to be released as part of the Warzone books that would have come out with this half of the year. But obviously
still...
they've been canned. Oh, well, so yeah, they could actually be previews for rules that are coming in the boarding actions, which would be cool. And then obviously we can have the stratagems for concussion grenades and smoke screen that we're clearly missing. But yeah, my tinfoil hat moment, everyone, put on your tinfoil hat. I wish I had a little tinfoil to make some noise. But yeah, crumply tinfoil hat. I suspect that these could have come in a Warzone book, and they canned those books. So we've been given the bog standard data sheet, and they stripped out all the fun stuff like the war gear and the relics and the warlord traits and stuff, and the stratagems, which is why, and they forgot to remove those keywords and war gear choices, which is a bit odd. But yeah, maybe in boarding actions we'll have them come back.
We can only hope. All right, mate. There we go. Let's do the next one. The traitor hang on, no, it's traitor guardsman. Yeah,
traitor guardsman. It's a double data sheet duty once more. The traitor enforcer. That is the first one of these two data sheets. It's effectively a rogue commissar. So you get one of him and an optional traitor Ogren, which is very cool. So they've got, or he's got a movement of 6 inches, a weapon skill, ballistic skill of 3+, strength and toughness of 3, 4 wounds, which seems pretty good, 3 attacks, leadership 8, and a 5+ save. And the traitor Ogren has a movement of 6, weapon skill 3+, ballistic skill 4+, a strength of 6, a toughness of 5, 6 wounds, 5 attacks, a leadership of 8 and a 5+ save. The enforcer is equipped with a bolt pistol and power fist. I think everyone knows what bolt pistol is because we just talked about it. Power fist, ×2 strength, which is only 6 on this guy, -3 AP 2 damage and -1 to hit rolls when attacking. And the Ogren has a mutant claw and a scavenged maul. So the mutant claw is a melee weapon, strength user, so 6. Bit odd, but okay. -2 AP, 3 damage, which is pretty cool. Each time the bearer fights, it makes 1 additional attack with this weapon, and no more than 1 attack can be made with this weapon. Okay, so that's just a bonus attack. And then the scavenged maul, which is the main weapon, is +1 strength, so strength 7, -1 AP and 2 damage. Okay, that's pretty good. So refractor field. So this unit's traitor enforcer model has a 5+ invulnerable save. Forwards for the Dark Gods. So once per turn, when a friendly traitor guardsman squad is within 6 inches of this unit's traitor enforcer model, if models fails a morale test, this unit can use this ability. If it does so until the end of the phase, each time a combat attrition test is taken for a traitor guardsman squad unit is automatically passed. Okay, that's cool. I guess that might be something for all commissars going forwards. Who knows? So basically, even if you fail, you pass the combat attrition test taken. So you lose only the one model that died, which you could thematically say was shot by the rogue commissar. Yes. Then we've got Wall of Muscle. So each time an attack is allocated to the traitor Ogren model, subtract 1 from the damage characteristic of that attack, which is very cool. And then we've got a Big Target. So each time an attack targets this unit, if the unit contains a traitor Ogren model, use the model's toughness characteristic when managing wound rolls for that attack. Each time an attack is allocated to a model to this unit, if the unit contains a traitor Ogren model, that attack must be allocated to that model. So he's got effectively like a bodyguard rule where he's got to be shot first. And then each time a mortal wound is afflicted, if you've got the Ogren, it must go on him as well. So that's quite cool that they're clarifying, because it's effectively mixed toughness profiles within a unit. How does that work? And then obviously the big target acts as a bodyguard. So that's kind of cool. I like those nice abilities. What have they got in terms of keywords? So interesting. The Enforcer has a character keyword, and then the Ogren doesn't. So that'll be interesting to see what that means in terms of lookouts. Maybe they can't do it, but then you've got a big bloke acting as a sponge, soaking up all the damage. So maybe that's a good trade-off for some extra combat punchingness, as opposed to just hiding him out the back, using Lookout Sir to protect him.
I mean, I'll say this much. I like it. I think it's a cool unit. I think these guys will cost you 110 points.
Yes, it's 45 for the Enforcer and 65 for the Ogryn, yeah.
I think they're pretty great, to be honest with you. Yeah, I've got very little in the way of complaints about them. I think they're really cool. And what's really amazing, they're an elite choice, but they are literally just a Chaos Renegade Guardsman unit, and they don't suffer the same weird penalties that the cultists have. So the cultists are weirdly locked in this weird unit purgatory where it's like, oh, if you want a unit of cultists, you need to have another unit of like Marines, basically. So you can never have more cultists than you have Marine units. These guys don't have that stipulation. In fact, they are treacherous Astartes, and they get the Legion keywords. So they do gain access to all of the Legion traits, which is bad. So
yeah, is it done on keywords though? Because yeah, even the regular Traitor Guardsman squad has, so they've got Traitorous Astartes and Legion, but they do also have the cultist keyword. So I'm wondering if that weird rule is based around the cultist keyword, so they would still suffer from it potentially.
Potentially so, yeah, because these guys, the Traitor Enforcer also has the cultist keyword.
Yes, yeah. So even though he's got the other keywords, which I think I guess they're needed for sort of building the army and including them alongside your Space Marines, right? So
yeah, almost certainly. But again, I just really like it. I think the Traitor Enforcer and the Ogryn, two really cool minis. I'm not a massive fan of the Traitor Commissar, but I like that Commissar way more than I like the new Cadian one that they've done. The
right,
range.
yeah. I mean, this guy's in a come at me pose with his big power fist, and he's shooting his pistol. So I do think he's very cool. Yeah, for sure. I can appreciate him as a model and as a commissar.
Yeah, 100%. I think. Yeah, I got a lot of time for this. I think for me, if I was ever to go down the Chaos Space Marine route, I see a lot more interest in Chaos as a army of cultists than as an army of Marines. And I think being able to have cultists sprinkled in with treacherous guardsmen is a really cool visual aesthetic that I really like. And I like the idea of doing an army that is treacherous kind of guardsmen, cultists, a couple of Marines, like a super elite selection of Marines.
Yeah. So is it that you couldn't do that because in the rules you need to have more Marines and squads than you have cultist squads, right?
Yeah, it's really frustrating how you kind of build it up.
It's odd that these guys even have the cultist keyword because they're not really cultists. They are traitor guard, and in theory that should be an army in its own right, or have the ability to run it in its own right. Almost a bit like the Imperial Navis guys, right? You can do a dedicated detachment of them if you want, and it'd be nice if someone wanted to buy a bunch of traitor guardsmen that you could do it that way. I quite like the cultist rules for Gene Stealers, where it's basically just take regular guard and you can plug them into effectively your Gene Stealer cult army and you get this ability. I would almost like if they did that with these guys, and if that's in the new guard book, that would be great, but I can imagine that wouldn't be, sadly.
Definitely going to be an improvement for the GSC if they're gaining access to new guard based on what you can see out there in the world. Having not looked extensively into the leaks, what I have seen seems pretty impressive. But yeah, for me, I'd love to do a Chaos Force that was mostly cultists, traitor guardsmen, maybe an a Chaos Knight, and then demons. Like I think that would be a really
proper
cool list.
mixed force. That's when, to me, like Soup, as it's called, actually works really well.
Yeah.
And I think visually looks really good.
One of the things that was described in Aaron Dembski Bowden's Black Legion books was the notion that the possessed were not actually, Black Legion Marines, but Marines from loyalist chapters turned in, possessed by demons. So I like that as well as a visual kind of concept. The idea of having a squad of maybe a few Imperial Fists and a couple Ultramarines, all demonic, being kind of built into it.
Nice.
And then,
because I'm sure I read a passage ages ago from, I think it was the 9th edition Codex when it came out, and it was the possessed, and it was a Blood Angels fighting a possessed guy who clearly was a Blood Angels in the past as well. Yeah, so I think there's a lot of scope for.
You could do some. It seems really where the flavour of chaos is to me. Don't get me wrong, I absolutely. So I was talking to Joe on the weekend. And he loves Black Legion.
Oh yeah,
he's a massive fan of that. But I think the thing is with Black Legion is that yes, on occasion, Black Legion will turn up as a force of Space Marines, but majoritively they're still utilizing cultists and all that kind of stuff. It's a fundamental part of what they are, and I just think not enough is made of that. And it's always been the thing I find the most interesting about Chaos. Chaos Space Marines are probably one of the least entertaining aspects of Chaos to me. I think they're just a little bit too. It's a shame
Spiky.
they've always been. Yeah, it's just a shame they've always been the poster child. But then I suppose that's universally true of all variants of Space Marines.
Yeah, no, that's true. I think the dark mirror to the Imperium is always the interesting stuff, and it's the two that I think people, or at least I would like to see, is the two that they don't do, which is Dark Mechanicum and Traitor Guard. And they're the two that feels like these are obvious niches that can be filled up over time. They're factions that exist. They're 100% there, and they're just almost waiting to have armies made for them.
Yeah.
So I'll be excited for when that does happen. Weirdly, Sisters of Battle, there never is much talk about a Chaos version of them, but that would also be quite cool. But I guess they're meant to be the faithful, so maybe that's why there wouldn't be.
Let's get on to those guardsmen, mate. Tell me what's going on with them.
Yes, so they are. It's just loading up. The Traitor Guardsman Squad. You get 9 of them plus the Sergeant. So they're movement 6, weapon skill, ballistic skill 4+, strength and toughness of 3, 1 wound, 1 attack, leadership 6, 5+ save. The Sergeant has an extra attack and leadership, so 2 attacks, leadership 7. The Sergeant's equipped with a las pistol, improvised blade, frag grenades, and all the other guys are las guns and frag grenades. In terms of upgrades, up to 3 Traitor Guardsmen can have their las guns replaced with a flamer, a cultist grenade launcher, a melter gun, a plasma gun, and a sniper rifle, which is also in an asterisk. The asterisk says you cannot select the same weapon more than once per unit. So that's basically a maximum of 1 flamer, 1 grenade launcher. You can't just spam 3 flamers, which is a shame, but also makes sense. And that follows the rules of how the boxes work in terms of what equipment you actually get. 1 Traitor Guardsman can be equipped with a Voxcaster, and this is in a double asterisk, so the model's las gun cannot be replaced. So it can take a Voxcaster in addition to the las gun. The Sergeant las pistol can be replaced with an auto pistol, a bolt pistol, or a plasma pistol. The improvised blade that he's got can be replaced with a chainsword or a power sword, and his las pistol and improvised blade can be replaced with a bolt gun if you want to lose both of them for the bolt gun, which is, pretty good choice. In terms of the weapons, we all know what a las gun is and a las pistol is and a chainsword, so I'll just read the others. The Cultist Sniper Rifle is a 36-inch range, heavy 1, strength 4, -1 AP, 1 damage. Each time you select a target for this weapon, you can ignore the lookout serve rule. Each time an attack is made with this weapon, an unmodified wound roll of a 6 inflicts 1 mortal wounds in addition to any normal damage, which is pretty good. And then the improvised blade is a strength user, so that's 3, -1 AP, 1 damage. I'm surprised it's even got an AP in there. An improvised blade is as good as an Astartes chainsword. Who would have thought? It must be because it's all chaosy. And then the Voxcaster. So while a bearer's unit is within 24 inch of a friendly traitor enforcer unit, the bearer's unit is treated as being in range for the traitor enforcer's unit forwards for the Dark God ability. So that's interesting. So rather than doing orders, because there's no kind of commander to give orders, it's sort of just giving you an extra aura range for the forwards for the Emperor, which is the ignore combat attrition test taken. So they all don't have core, which is interesting, but I guess makes sense because they've got the cultist keyword. They're 10 models. They're 60 points for the squad, and then a plasma pistol is 5 points and a power sword is 5 points.
So bearing in mind that they can take a flamer, grenade launcher, melter gun, plasma gun, or sniper rifle.
All for free.
All for free.
That is in keeping with how the balanced data slate updated the points for regular guardsmen.
Yeah.
Which, as far as I'm aware, all of their equipment is free. That would include even the sergeant's pistols. So they're slightly better off, but then maybe this is more in line with what the guard book will be like, and its most equipment is for free because it's so like meaningless, those little minor points differences, or it's just part of baked into the balance of the rules. But then things like the plasma pistol on the sergeant, because he does, I was going to say he's got a better AP, but he doesn't, so better ballistic skill, but he doesn't. So it's odd that those, you're paying points for the pistol and power sword seems a bit odd.
I feel like the Traitor Guardsman squad is a really good squad. I mean, 60 points. The only core difference between these guys and the Voidsmen at Arms and the Breaches is that their armor save's worse. Like they've got a 5 up armor save or a 4 up armor save, and in return for that, they are 5 points cheaper than a Breacher.
Yeah, you can basically take twice as many, almost, which I think is weight of numbers. Well, if you were trading them off in a shooting match, I think these guys would probably win. I mean, I guess the Navy Breaches have slightly better weapons, but even
not when
so,
you consider that this squad will have
plasma,
one plasma, one flamer, one grenade launcher.
Yeah, true.
And then it's just like it's for 60 points. It's really good. I mean, it's not really good. I mean, let's not go crazy. But
it does make you go, why aren't the Voidsmen or the Breaches like 80 points or something? Because they're good, but not double the points, which is almost what they are. So, but I think, these guys are pointed to be in line with Imperial Guard squads, which are always around 60 points. So that makes sense. And then the others are pointed as if they're something fun to add into your army, but we don't want to make them competitive because we don't really want to balance it. We don't really want people to take them to tournaments and stuff. So, whack an extra 0 on the end. I mean, that's hyperbole, but it is that thing of it feels like all the other units are paying a fun tax to not be competitive, right? They're slightly overcosted, so they don't have to worry about people complaining that people are taking them to tournaments and stuff like that.
Yeah, but the Traitor Guardsmen are great. I mean,
they're
a troops choice, which is great. You just chuck them in. But for 60 points, they're good. They're really good. I mean, not absurd, but like there's nothing bad about a unit like that for 60 points.
No, not at all. And I can imagine there being a lot of utility taking them in an actual chaos army, like with your Marines and stuff, and because they're good, cheap. In fact, this is the thing, right? So Space Marines really lack cheap units that are like OBSEC or that you can do actions on objectives and stuff, and it's like, okay, these don't have core, so they're not OBSEC. I don't think, unless
they're OBSEC.
Oh, well, is it because the cultists?
Well, it's just a troop's choice.
Oh yeah, no, that's true.
You don't have to be core to have OBSEC.
So these guys can be your cheap fillers. They can hang out in the back line. They can screen you out from deep striking. They can do all the mundane raising banners and stuff like that you don't really want to spend your actual good Marines doing. And it's like regular Space Marines can't do that. Unless they take unless they sort of mono build, right? So not mono, soup, in which case they're losing their mono faction bonuses. Whereas these guys can do it inherently. And it's like the thing that you always used to see Space Marine players do, because the Guardsmen add a lot of utility that Space Marines just can't do for the points effectiveness. So actually these are kind of really good, I think, for Chaos Space Marines. I mean, I guess they've got, regular cultists and stuff, which would probably fill that niche. That again, Space Marine regular Imperial.
These guys
Space
are
Marines
better.
Don't get.
These guys are better than cultists in so many ways, and I think the cultists are a really interesting choice as well. But I think these guys are just sort of better, and I think because of that, you're gonna. I think both these things. I think the Commissar with the Ogryn is really good, and I think the unit is really good. I think I just I don't think I'll be giving a plasma pistol and power sword to the sergeant anytime soon.
I guess you don't want to. You want to keep the unit as cheap as possible. I mean, I guess because the Enforcer of Ogryn is cool, but you're not really getting much utility with them, because normally you would take an officer and he could issue orders to your guardsmen.
Yeah, but you don't want,
and that makes them really
to be
good.
Issuing orders, do you? When the traitor sense, you want it to be a little bit more. There's a fear associated with it.
Yeah, really... because it's a commissar. I get that it's not issuing orders, but what I mean is a commissar doesn't really add a huge amount of utility to the regular troops. It's like, they can ignore combat attrition, which has some help, but not a lot. I guess what you're probably paying for is you're paying for the ability to take a big Ogryn that's going to be good in combat, and you've got a guy with a power fist which will be sometimes useful in combat, especially since you can keep him alive a bit longer because of the Ogryn. It's like that's what you're taking them for, is to do stuff with that unit, as opposed to they're not a buffing unit for the other guys around them as much as it would be in a normal guard army.
I can see a really very valid argument for taking a unit of 10 traitor guardsmen. I think they're just good. They're just good.
No, I do like them. Yeah, I totally. I think they're worthwhile for sure.
Keeping it on the chaosy theme, the last of the kill teams to be represented here within rules is the Galapox Infected, as they are actually called here. Although there is also the Mutoid Vermin, which is all the little wibbly beasties that hang out with them. So if you are taking a unit of Galapox Infected, first and foremost, you would note that they are an elite choice. And you would get 3 Galapox Mutants and 4 Nightmare Hulks. So if anyone out there is curious, the Nightmare Hulks are the bulky ones with multiple arms and all sorts of mad nonsense going on.
They're the cool ones, basically.
Exactly, and the Galapox Mutants are the kind of smaller, supporty ones with axes and the like. I mean, I think it's worth saying from the outset that the minis for the Galapox are really cool. I think when I originally saw these units, I was immediately like, this is a pretty cool range of crazy minis. A real beautiful kind of expression of some of the more kind of mad aspects of chaos and all of that good stuff. So really love it from that perspective. But rules wise, your mutants are movement 5, weapons skill, ballistic skill 4, strength and toughness 4, 1 wound, 2 attacks, leadership 6, and a 6+ save. And the Nightmare Hulks are movement 5, weapons skill 4, ballistic skill 6, strength 5, toughness 4, which is interesting. I would have assumed they'd be tougher, but hey ho. 5 wounds, 4 attacks, leadership 8, and a 5+ save. Every mutant is equipped with brutal weapons and frag grenades for some reason, because why not? I guess, even mutants can find the necessary use of, grenades. One Nightmare Hulk is equipped with a belly flamer and hideous mutation, and every other Nightmare Hulk is equipped with hideous mutations. One of them happens to have a furnace where their stomach should be. So as a result, they have a belly flamer. God bless. Yeah. And in terms of what the belly flamer is, it is sort of like a heavy flamer, except it's not as strong. So it's like a flamer with AP -1. So range 12, assault D6, strength 4, -1 AP, 1 damage. And you automatically hit your target when you're shooting. The brutal weapons are strength user and -1 AP, 1 damage. Hideous mutations are strength +1. So that'll make them strength 6, -2, 2 damage. So pretty reasonable. And a frag grenade is a frag grenade. In terms of their rules, they've got a rule that's called disease vectors, which is on page 2, interestingly. So I'll read that in a second. They are sickly resilient. So every time they would lose a wound on a 5-up, they do not lose that wound. So old school disgusting resilience, which is pretty awesome. And they are a horrific visage. While an enemy within 6 of this unit, they subtract 1 from their leadership. Their factions are Chaos, Nurgle, Infantry, and Galapox Infected. Really cool. The fact they got the Infantry keyword as well is a big win, because obviously in the competitive sense means they will phase through walls and the like. Next, we have the mutoid vermin. This is a myriad of strange creatures that you gain access to within this kit. There is no fewer than 16 of them, apparently. So all sorts of creepy little gribblies that run around causing a nuisance. So their movement 8, weapon skill 4, strength and toughness 2, 1 wound, 2 attacks, leadership 4, and a 7+ save. So no save most of the time. Every model is equipped with disease claws and fangs, which is a melee attack, which is each time an attack is made with this weapon, reroll wound rolls of 1. So essentially they're like the plague knives that you'll be familiar with from the Death Guard. Mm-hmm. They also have access to disease vectors, which I'll get into in just a moment. They have a special rule called spreading vermin. If your army is Battleforge, then for each Galapox infected unit included in a detachment, 1 mutoid vermin unit can be included in that detachment without taking up a battlefield role slot. You cannot include more mutoid vermin units in your army than Galapox infected units in it. They're mindless fodder. Each time a morale test is taken for this unit, it automatically passes. So that's useful to know. And lastly, they are unending horde. Each time a model in this unit would lose a wound, roll a d6. On a 6, that wound is not lost. In addition, in your command phase, you can return D3 destroyed models in that unit. Models returned to this unit can only be set up within engagement range of enemy units if the unit in question is already in engagement range. So yes, so the mutoid vermin is a unit of 16 models. So that is 16 models that on a 6 don't lose their wound and then get D3 back a turn. And then the Galapox infected are 7 models, 4 big hulky scary things and 3 mutant kind of sidekicks. And then in terms of the disease vectors, if your army is Battleforge, you can include 1 Galapox infected unit and 1 mutoid vermin unit in each Death Guard or Nurgle treacherous Astartes patrols, battalions, and brigade detachments in your army, without these units taking up a battlefield role slot in those detachments. The inclusion of these units do not prevent other units from their detachment benefiting from their detachment abilities, and it does not prevent other units from your army benefiting from abilities that require every model in your army to have that ability. Units included in a patrol, battalion, or brigade detachment in this manner are ignored for any rules that state all units from your detachment must have that at least one faction keyword in common. And what's interesting about that is that is a completely different rule to the Agents of Chaos. So theoretically, Agents of Chaos and this can be used in unison. So you could add Gallowpox Infected and Mutoid Vermin as well as demons or a knight to a patrol.
Yes, but which is thematic because it is specifically restricted to Death Guard and Nurgle Astartes, right? So, yeah, if you want to add them in to another unit, I guess you've just got to add them in as a... Because they've got... the faction keyword's Chaos and Nurgle, and that's it. So they're really hard otherwise to... I guess you can use the Chaos keyword, but then I guess it breaks all the other rules. What's weird about this one is it sort of allows you to take both units together, which is cool, whereas with the Rogue Trader stuff, and you only get one, because it just gives you the generic sort of Agents of the Imperium rule. So it's nice. The way they've done it here is nicer, and they could have done a sort of another specific rule for the Rogue Traders. Although you can obviously do a detachment if that detachment rule was fixed. But yeah, these are kind of cool.
I really like them. I think the models are great. The fact that you get all those miniatures is crazy. So you get the 16 model unit for 80 points, and you get the 7 model Gallowpox Infected unit for 150 points. But again, toughness 4, 5 wounds. So you got 20 wounds at toughness 4 with 5 up 5 up sickly resilience. It's pretty meaningful. It's a very difficult unit to shift just due to the sheer volume of wounds. But most notably, the Mutoid Vermin unit is just really irritating. 16 wounds, shrugging on a 6 and getting D3 back a turn, as well as utterly ignoring morale.
Yeah, I guess they've got no saves though, so they should be, and they're toughness 2, so you should be able to blow through them pretty quick. But I guess
in theory, absolutely.
It's a weight of numbers though, so you're going to have to, like a regular guardsman squad's probably going to have to, and there's this, half range. Doing first rank fire, second rank fire probably wouldn't kill a whole squad like easily. You'd need at least a few units to try and shoot them off, and because you've got to kill them outright basically, or they're going to be a pain. Yeah. Having
a couple of them left, it would just be super annoying. No, I just think I think really decent. Not the best, but I can make an argument for. I think here's the problem, right? Is like really the people who are running this are going to be running it in Death Guard, because that's basically what they've told you got to run it in. And the main thing with Death Guard now is Death Guard are massively into the fact that everything in their army has OBSEC. That's like their main gimmick now. So that adds something to your army that is taking up 1/8 of your overall army value. Because if you take all of it together, you're talking nearly 250 points, near enough, 230 points. Let's say 250 to sake of argument, which is an eighth of your entire army. And when you consider that you could be taking a unit of Blightlord Terminators that are OBSEC and toughness 5 and the problem is to have a unit that doesn't play into the synergies or play into the kind of main gimmicks of your overall army is a bit of a tall ask, especially when OBSEC is so strong in Death Guard. So taking an 1/8 of your list out that doesn't have OBSEC is an interesting trade.
Yeah, I mean, what's weird is, so the spreading vermin rule is if you're running a Battleforged army, and then for each Gallowpox Infected unit in a detachment, 1 Mutoid Vermin can be included without taking up a battlefield role. But it feels like, how would you do that? Like, that's implying almost that you're doing a specific. Weirdly, there is no Gallowpox Infected keyword, right? It's just Chaos and Nurgle. So I guess you could fit them in a Nurgle demon army. But they're not even, no, because they don't even have, could they? Because they don't have a demon keyword.
No,
is there a demon keyword? No,
yeah, there is. It's Legioner Dean Monica. Or
yeah, it just seems like if you weren't using the weird, what was it called again? The diseased vectors, effectively like agents of the Imperium sort of rule to add them into your army. I sort of feel like, how would you add them in without breaking all your normal army-wide rules?
I think that just at this point, it just is a case
that is the only way to do it.
That's it. They go in. That you put the two of them in disease vectors, and
yeah, but then you don't need the spread and vermin rule. It just seems like an odd thing to add in, because that's implying that you're adding them in some other way. Yeah,
maybe we're gonna get a book with this stuff in the future, but it seems
yeah, that might. I mean, because what I love about all of these, and I said at the beginning, they've all got a real ability to be fleshed out into like new factions. This one's maybe a bit more niche than all the others, because it's like we already have a Nurgle one, and it's meant to be specific for, they're almost like demons in machines, which actually ties in really well with like Dark Mechanicum potentially, because these are literally the glitches and stuff infecting and eating away at machinery on board the ships when they're traveling through the warp. So maybe this one doesn't have quite as much ability as, like, say, Traitor Guardsman, which is so obvious as like as an army. But yeah, I'd love to see all of these have the ability to be taken as like standalone detachments, easily be added to other armies, and ideally get fleshed out with more of a range and a couple more units and stuff. And yeah, because they've got some good scope and character to them all.
100%. So if we were to rate these from bestest to worstest, as we see from a gaming perspective, I have my order of ceremonies, but I'd love to hear yours, Phil. What do you think your top three are from this selection?
Well, I sort of feel like Traitor Guardsman is number one because, as we said, great utility for Space Marines. Really cheap, and I think that's almost like the biggest winner out of it, that it's just really cost effective in comparison to some of the other units. So I would put that up as the number one spot if you want to be as competitive as possible. That's got the most utility. Number two, I'd probably go for the Stars Riders, not Star Striders, because of a Rogue Trader. Like, I like the Rogue Trader Mini, and I like the rules for it.
Exclusively because of the Rogue Trader, let's be real.
Yeah, the Voidsman less so. If we were to break them out, it would be Guard Squad 1, possibly Commissar Ogrin 2, but actually I would say 2 would be specifically the Rogue Trader. But if we're doing it on the overall sort of datasheet downloads, the Stars Riders, then... I mean, I don't. The Gallipok seemed cool, but I'm not as sold on them because it feels like they're a bit more fiddly and they're a bit more limiting in terms of who you can add them in to. Right, it's sort of like Nurgle specific armies and stuff. So then I would probably go Crew. Let's give them some love because they're just an all right unit. Then. Oh, well, it's weird because then I put Breaches last, but I actually like the Breaches more than the Crew.
Yeah, but I think you only needed to give the top three in that sense.
Oh, sorry.
You've done it. And to be honest with you, I absolutely echo your sentiment. I think the best by far is the Traitor Guardsman squad. I think they're the best one of all of it. I think the Rogue Trader is number 2, and I think Crew at number 3 of that selection. I think Gallipok's Infected will probably come in at number 4. And then, but actually, weirdly, I actually think for me personally, I probably like the Mutoid Vermin more than I like the Gallipok's Infected. It's
you love your worm, don't you, from the old Black Zone Fortress, which is similar. The worm.
But the thing is that they're a double act, right? Like they're one of those ones where it's very difficult to not take the Mutoid. Well, it's almost impossible to take the Mutoid Vermin on their own. So, in that sense, I think that's a kind of double act that kind of goes into 4th. And then I think at that point, I'd probably go, breaches and then voidsman at arms. I think voidsman at arms, but maybe. I don't know why the breaches are 11 points a model. That's the thing that still really doesn't make sense to me at the moment. It's like, I just think...
Probably for the armor of contempt, I guess, and some of the extra. You see, the weird thing about voidsman at arm and the breaches is that they don't have better weapon skill or ballistic skill than the standard troops, and it feels like they should be a bit more along the lines of scions, is how I would perceive them in my head canon, which is obviously incorrect because that's why they're not pointed like that. So they're obviously not elite. They're just almost like bog standard soldiers that are on ships, which sort of makes sense for your regular kind of guys. But I sort of feel like the breachers should be a bit more elite than the voidsmen, although the way the voidsmen are portrayed, it makes them feel like they are the personal bodyguard of the rogue traders because they're all in fancy ornate armour. If they were sort of a bit more grungy and down and dirty voidsmen at arms, I would understand them having sort of regular stats. But it feels like the way they've been modelled makes them out to be more elite than that.
Totally.
I guess what has made me realise is what's odd is... So obviously the traitor guardsman and the commissar was from Blackstone Fortress originally, and then they introduced back in via Kill Team. But then in Blackstone Fortress, obviously we had the Beastmen. I guess they don't. Are they in the Chaos book? I assume. Well, actually, no, they are in the Chaos book, aren't they? Because yeah, were the Beastmen in the Chaos Codex?
No.
Okay.
What Beastmen are you talking about here?
You know the from Blackstone Fortress.
Oh, yeah. No, they just sort of fizzled out of existence.
And then, obviously, you got the weird alien tech, and along with the amble and the worm, which is what made me think about it. So the weird, like, sort of spider crawler bodyguards. The defenders of the Blackstone used to have rules in 40k, and I guess just don't anymore. So it'd be...
I think they still do, weirdly, because they have an 8th edition rule set that was never...
Well, I guess, it's never been superseded, but I guess technically is it compatible? Is it are the rules anywhere? I mean, my point is that we're doing a whole theme of, Into the Dark, what was it called? Boarding actions, which is 40k rules. It's like tying it back to Blackstone Fortress, having either a setting that could be done in Blackstone Fortress, or bringing those units from Blackstone Fortress back into 40k via the boarding actions mini game, let's call it. Would be quite cool to see. So it'd be cool if these the spinner things and the amble and stuff will ever see light of day in 40k, specifically for the boarding actions.
Surely they're not supposed to see the light of day. They're in the dark, aren't they?
But literally in the dark, and in the darkness of the Games Workshop, back of the room, the cupboard at the back, covered in dust, in the archive, locked away in a cabinet that says "Do not open ever again."
Exactly. Give us more Zotes. What was I going to say? Look, I think, overall, these are... None of them are especially groundbreaking, but I do think the Traitor Guardsmen offer some fun options. But I think overall... Yeah, it's an interesting selection of units.
I mean, here's the thing with the Traitor Guardsmen is there's nothing special about them. They're just guardsmen, and that kind of is what makes them good in a Space Marine army, is because they're cheap, they've got some standard weapons, and I think the Ogryn and Commissar are just cool models, which makes sort of that whole package appealing.
I think the thing is, though, if you said...
But the rules aren't anything special.
If you said into Imperium Space Marine players, here's an option to add a guardsman squad for 60 points to your Marine army. You'd be like,
and it doesn't break your special faction rules and abilities.
You'd throw it in. Cool. You'd throw it in every time. You'd be like, throw it in, because it's good value. And I think that's the thing that is super important, is the value. And I think that's, as often we talk about when we try and talk more kind of, optimally about the game, those guys are good value, and that's where victory is achieved, really. So there you go. Good. Awesome. Well, it was actually really fun going through it, though. I mean, it's good actually taking the time to look at these and think about their viability. And it's an interesting cross-section of different stuff.
Yeah. I did also have I tried to look for the rules around characters in a unit. I looked in the rare rules and I couldn't see it there. I looked on the balanced state sake because obviously they've got a thing about lookout sir, but that's updating the main lookout sir rule. I'm sure it's somewhere, but I don't know where. I suspect it will be in the like FAQ and erratas for the core rule book, which is a massive document, so I didn't have time to look through it. But that's where I suspect that weird rule is that explains what happens when there is one model in a unit that's a character and the rest of the unit isn't.
All right, then. I'll believe you.
I mean, that's where I'd guess it is. But you can let us know in the comments down below, or if you're listening to us on a podcast, you can, leave it on our social media somewhere and let us know if we got it right or wrong.
Exactly. Come on, you. Take the engagement bait. Nurture our numbers. Thank you very much, everyone. Phil, most of all, but also you for listening. Transitional noise. I don't know what I'm doing. There you go. That'll do. Should I do better than that? I'll do better. Hello again, everybody, and welcome to the end of the podcast, the outro, if you will. And we will, because we shall, begin to talk about it. How you doing, Phil? Did you enjoy that episode?
I did. I obviously hope I don't come across too ranty when it comes putting a Debbie Downer on some of the miniatures. But that's often the way, swings and roundabouts. The last lot of Guard minis were superb. The Rough Riders were a bit
I genuinely believe that they're going to be better in person than they are in photos. I think they will genuinely
I can see that
people.
for sure.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, though, right, is you're a really passionate fan of Guard and you want the best for them. But also, let's be real, you also want them to fit in beautifully with your existing collection.
Yeah.
And ultimately... Sorry. No, but ultimately, that's going to be one of the driving factors, right? And in a way, I suppose what you're feeling at the moment is some of the initial frustration that like Marine players had to engage in when Primaris Marines came on the scene, which was tempered for the Marine players by the fact that ultimately Games Workshop kind of came up with a fluffy narrative reason why Marines don't look like, firstborn anymore. But in the case of the Guard, I suppose they've gone for the other option, which is sort of like, get over it. This is what it is.
Yes, yeah. So I've seen some comparisons of the Kazakin being a lot bigger than the rest of the existing model range. I haven't obviously yet seen the size comparison between the standard guys because they're not out yet. So that'll be interesting to see when it happens. I mean, for me, those are interesting to see, but I sort of am completely unaffected by that because it's like I've got my Krieg, they're all resin. The majority of the army's resin. The only things that aren't are like my Inquisitor and her retinue and a few like little hangers on and stuff like that. So the scale creep for those stuff doesn't really bother me, but I am looking now more at my Krieg army as almost like a sort of historical army. As a collector, it's not going to be an active army that I'm probably going to be collecting and building as much because I've got other projects and other armies to work on. But it's like I've also just got a huge amount of minis still in bags or boxes that, if I want some thud guns or I want another squad of Death Riders, I've got them sitting pretty much next to me that I can crack open. Ready and waiting for that time I want to build up my Krieg army some more. But it's a pretty large collection as it is, so there's not much more I really need to add to it. But as we said in the previous episode when we were looking at the box set stuff, I think the artillery pieces will be a nice addition. It'll be interesting to see how they fit into it rules-wise, because they sort of fill the same role as the heavy mortar and the thud gun. But I think that'd be a good one to add. Anyway, just from a looks point of view. And then I can sort out the crew quite easily with existing models from the Krieg line as well.
Yeah, I think that's the thing, mate. There's definitely ways and means that you can incorporate some of the new stuff into your collection without too much aggravation. Obviously, the Rough Riders, I imagine now you just kind of take your Death Riders and go, Rough Riders. It's done. Although I appreciate Death Riders have actual legitimate rules, but I'm sure no one's going to quibble if you turn around and say...
I wouldn't be surprised if they canned the Death Rider rules and just said they're just Rough Riders now, just count them as that.
It would be nice.
They might not, though. It'd be interesting to see how they deal with what's happening with Forge World question mark that sort of always seems to be hanging over the company and
would it be
rules management.
Would it be too controversial for them to kill off a lot of the Forge World stuff? I imagine it would be, wouldn't it? I mean, it would be a real shame. But at the same time, it feels like they're just sort of getting to a point with 40k Forge World range where they're either sort of pricing you out or they are more likely... Sorry.
I was going to say that they're ruling you out by
I meant that
rubbish
more.
rules, or they're very expensive kits. So what was interesting? So there was a few years ago where they did almost every summer for like 2 in a row. I think they were like canning ranges en masse. It was a great Forge World cull. Got rid of loads of Horus Heresy models. Got rid of loads of 40k models and kind of wiped out most of the ranges. The Elysians disappeared. A lot of the Krieg went, but majority of it sort of stayed. Like they just got rid of the duplicates, and some things like Grenadiers had been gone forever and never reappeared. And then weirdly, the Gorgon had been gone for ages, but then did reappear subsequently, which was interesting. And this week, some of those Forge World models for the Solar Auxilia that were removed during that kind of big cull have actually since reappeared. They previewed them that they're coming back along with the Liber Imperialis, I think it's called, the Horus Heresy book covering the Solar Auxilia. So it's interesting that those models that they clearly deemed not worth selling because it was like the medical guy who's he's not quite in a wheelchair. He's on like a medical bay that's on tractors, and there's a little medical team, and it's basically the tank crews with the sort of pintle mounted weapons, which were really interesting because they were much better options than what you get in 40k. Those had disappeared because obviously they didn't really sell very well. All were quite difficult kits to kind of maintain in terms of having to redo the molds and redo the stuff like that. So they had gone. It's interesting that they're now back. I think obviously the general push of Horus Heresy being more popular, maybe they've improved the molds and the kits in some way as well, so they're easier to cast up potentially, because that's what they did with some of the Krieg stuff. They feel like there's obviously a demand for it that they want to kind of maintain and have those things out in the wild. It does feel like in general with, and this was something I was actually saving for when we were going to talk about Guard, because obviously the general rumor is Commissar Yarrick isn't in the Codex, and he's a Finecast mini. And I actually had a look around, you can do a sort of Google search to show you all the Finecast minis on the Games Workshop website. And there's not many left. There's maybe like 10 or 20 different kits. A lot of them are for Lord of the Rings and Middle Earth. There is some for 40k, but not a lot. Like it's almost like the essential ones that you need. So a lot of the elder ranges where it's like warp spiders and stuff, where it's a squad, right? If it's a character, there's not many of those around. Pretty much all the Space Marine stuff went out in Ranger rotation, which we talked about before. So yeah, I think there's a concerted effort by Games Workshop to ditch their Finecast range line because they don't really want to support it because it's kind of probably more effort than it's worth, and they want to replace stuff over to plastics. And this is the sort of one topic that we didn't talk about when we were going on about with the tanks. It's like, they could have made a Macarius tank or a Malcador tank that are quite popular resin. The Malcador's a resin tank hybrid, but the Malcador's all resin. Like they could have made them in plastic because they're moving a lot of the Horus Heresy stuff to plastic anyway. So it would make sense that those kits would have come to plastic eventually. So you could almost make the argument that why isn't Rogel Dawn just one of those tanks, probably filling a similar like niche and size. from the tank. And it will be interesting, obviously, 10th edition will come along. What will happen with the 40k line going forwards for Forge World? Will they still support them? Are they slowly phasing them out? Because Forge World isn't really a 40k line anymore. It's a specialist games company, and they're almost like obliged to support the 40k line because some of those kits, like the Contemptors and stuff, are popular. And actually, the Contemptor's really a Horus Heresy model first, 40k second.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think with the Finecast stuff, I think that was inevitably inevitable that it was going to go away. Consistently, it just doesn't really meet those kind of quality expectations that the customer base has. And I think of the few things that are in Finecast now, a great many of them are, not really very high performing units. I know on occasion they will do limited runs of Finecast minis. I've recently bought one of the old school chaplains. So they did old school chaplains, and one of them that I bought was in Finecast. One of the other ones was in metal. So that one was... So I got...
Was that when the chapter masters were around? Because that is the issue I'm holding in my hand, one of the old chapter masters, when they were advertising those.
Potentially. I can't... They did like...
I think maybe yours was a bit before.
Yeah, when the Black Templars came out, they did a range of... They redid the range of chaplains as limited orders. I got to be honest, I feel a little bit silly that I didn't pick up one of the librarians as well when they did the run on them, because there's a librarian with a book I've always really liked.
Yeah, some of those are kind of cool. Yeah. But I think I picked up about 3 of the chapter masters purely for like the cherub and like a scroll and some cool equipment rather than the actual mini themselves. And I'd say they're in like brand new clamshells, which are a completely different design. Almost smaller to fit the Finecast. But actually really crisp like casts, because obviously they've redone like the molds and stuff. There's like zero flashing, which is really cool. But obviously you've got all the crazy gates that appear everywhere where they've cut into the mold to make them.
Yeah, I think one of the things with that will definitely be the fact that because they're doing such a limited run, it's logical that they will obviously have more opportunity for attention to detail on quality. Because I had the same thing, like the chaplain I received was really, really high fidelity print or cast, sorry, which definitely was the aspiration with Finecast, but never really what you got. I think the thing with Finecast that was so difficult was one of the most ridiculous things about Finecast was that early doors, Finecast kind of launched alongside like Drakari Wave 2. We ended up as like Dark Elder Drakari players getting a load of our like special units in Finecast, and it was really dodgy. Like racks in the initial instance in Finecast were notoriously awful because they've all got like finicky little bits and they just do not cast up very well. It always seemed like Finecast worked all right with certain like Space Marines, like Space Marine Heroes, that kind of stuff. There were some okay casts of Space Marine characters in Finecast. Like I remember I got Asmodai and who else did I get? Belial for Dark Angels, and they were both okay casts. Although Belial is always a little bit of a weird looking character because he's got these weird, it's a weird pose. Belial is usually better realized by just converting up plastic Terminators into Belial rather than using the actual official mini. But yeah, look, long story short, man, I think it's not a shocker that Finecast has got away. But in terms of your point about the tank and the things on that, I mean, Games Workshop, the community team, just put out a scale comparison today. So actually, the Rogel Dawn is not as oppressively large as maybe we had thought. There is a more reasonable size comparison between it and the Lehman Russ. Obviously, it is bigger, but but it's not dramatically bigger. It is bigger. You can't deny that.
Yeah,
but
it probably feels like it's a wide Malcador, but slightly smaller than a Macarius. Like only just, I would say. But it is, sort of. It's literally bang in the middle between a Leman Russ and a Baneblade.
Yeah. But I genuinely, as I said before, I like the tank. But we'll just have to wait and see. I know that because some guy was live streaming a game the other day, wasn't he? Using the rules.
I think I know who you're talking about, but I haven't seen it. Or
I didn't watch it either.
Live streaming. But,
no, I think or it was like they live streamed it, or they did posted a bat rep where they were playing with the new guard rules because they'd somehow received the book. Because as I understand it, the book was distributed to the preview people, to the influencers that are receiving preview copies, and then that individual somehow got access to that, but hadn't signed any NDAs or something. So it was just I'll just post it. So it's all right, fair enough, good for you. But what was I going to say? On the topic of, those kind of influences and things they do, we actually randomly got approached recently, didn't we, by sponsors again? That was a weird thing. It's one of those weird scenarios when sponsors come around and show interest. We won't say who it was. It's always fun. We're pretty much of the consensus that we're not doing it, or are we doing it? Did they make a compelling offer?
I doubt we are. I replied back to them to effectively be like, what will you offer me?
Show me what you got.
Yeah, and then we will probably politely turn them down because that's we've got the love of our Patreon supporters, and that should be enough.
No, I think so. It's interesting though, isn't it? I'm only throwing it out there because I'm always interested to hear the perspective of those Patreon supporters and other people. The thing is that my perspective always on this stuff is that I think it just becomes too oppressive within the.
It is much more noticeable now, I think, in the last couple of months, where most of the regular YouTubers that do 40k and stuff, with probably the exception of the Battle Report people, right? The general hobby accounts and stuff that are reasonably popular all have sponsored ads now. And it's not like just Element Games or some hobby shop. No, actual companies. We joke about NordVPN, people like that. Are the ones doing it, and it's like
Squarespace seems to be everywhere, doesn't it?
Oh yeah. It's those companies that are sort of pushing it into the 40k as a mainstream thing now, which is I guess that's a sign of the popularity of the niche that we're within.
Yeah, maybe
getting monetized basically.
Yeah. I enjoy as well within our community how much sort of immaturity there is, or and I mean that not necessarily to say that I think people are being children or whatever. I mean more that there's not so much because it's quite an emerging space, and I think a lot of our kind of key creators and so on aren't necessarily quite as big as some of the other sectors, right? So they're not playing in the same ballpark as those that do content around movies or as in video games or other lifestyle-y things. So it's always funny when you see a lot of these influencers, if you will, that are doing ad campaigns but never acknowledging it. So it's always there's so many of them that are literally oh, I got sent this thing and now I'm going to talk about it, but I'm going to give you my genuine opinion on this free thing I got. It's okay, cool. It's that's been quite prevalent lately as well, which has been fun. But I suppose it's part of the course, isn't it? I've just seen a lot of them lately where people are going full shill mode for something that is, that and then going, oh, and it's not an ad. It seems like an ad.
Yes. You're promoting on. You just so happen to be promoting this Kickstarter for this thing that you've been sent. Yes. It's,
yeah, or whatever.
Or whatever that may be. Obviously.
Yeah, exactly. Not naming names. Look, but hey, look, we're no better, right? I mean, we shill our own stuff because
exactly. We had a patron receive one of our t-shirts recently, which was very
amazing.
Nice.
I was thinking actually, Phil, what we need to do is we need to pick up the phone to Lee and do like a run of like
Christmas match.
Well, I want like a because we started doing Patreon in 2022, so I'd like to do like it would be cool if we could do like a t-shirt or something that was like a 2022 t-shirt and basically just give it away to patrons. Just be like, there you go, have it, just have it, send it to them, organize it with Lee so as that it's only like one per patron or something. I don't want to end up in a situation where one of our patrons is like, I need 60. And it's like, okay.
I guess you could do it if they've been backed for like a couple of months. At the end or something. I mean, Patreon does have their own thing that does that, but that is them printing it and shipping it.
Oh, okay.
See, that's something that we've avoided because we've gone for a local independent friend that it's not cronyism, honest. It's just supporting local.
Well, he's a mate of mine, and he was easy to work with. It was just one thing where I picked up and said, "Hey, do you want to just print some stuff if people order it?" And he's like, "Yeah, sure, no drama."
Yeah, exactly.
Which was the perfect solution for us because the thing about Lee is that like he's a small independent creator of merchandise and he does it all in house. And I mean, I feel like we should get him on one time just to sort of talk about how he does it, just because I don't know if people would find that interesting. Again, I appreciate it's not 40k orientated at all, but it'd be funny just to get him on because I mean he's been great. Like I think that's the thing. I think even if you don't buy our stuff, I don't really do enough to put over Lee's own business. And again, maybe that's because we try and avoid the aggressive kind of advertising kind of spiel. But I do sort of feel like Christmas is coming up. You should go check out his website, and you don't need to buy our stuff. Go pick up some other things. He does all sorts. It's cool. So yeah, just saying. But yeah, like I think that's the thing. Lee's just easy. He's just ever since I met him many years ago now, he's just always been a super chill guy, and he's just a genuinely nice fella who isn't mucking us around. It's like he lets us know when sales come in. He's really quick and easy to work with. And I think he does a good-ish quality product for what it is. I mean, in fact, I think it's a really good quality product. I don't know why he issued it in that one. Yeah. No, I like Lee. He's a good boy. But, so anyway, I think, something like that might be nice. So maybe, if there's like, because again, I suppose you're right in so much as obviously these will still cost us money. So I don't want to end up in a situation where I'm paying like a tenner per head for something that, for someone who's been giving me a quid for half an hour. but let's look at it. Like, is there a way is there an easy sort of administrative way that we can denote who the people were that have been supporting us?
Probably, yeah. I would say if we were to say the cutoff is the end of the year, so now is a perfect time if people wanted this fictional t-shirt that we may do. If you signed up now by December, that's like 2 months, and let's say 2 months allows us.
I think we're going to start using language like that. We need to shore things up, right? Because at the moment it sounds like you're trying to lay down some ground rules for something that we haven't. We're just
no, exactly. That's why I said it's completely fictional.
But
exactly.
if you get out.
What I mean is, if people back and it's like, because I don't think it's a £5 a month, is it? It's more like £3 a month. I think is the minimum.
God, I think we don't set the amount. I think it's recommended at £3, but I think
that's the default. But you can
alter it,
do more, or
less.
Yeah, if it was a £5, which is not, and then we got £10 from each person. That's sort of probably enough to break even and for Liam to do it at cost.
I don't want to break even. I want to lose money on this.
Well, in which case, if we're doing it at £6, which would be 2 months, so £3 a month.
Yeah.
If someone's subbed for 2 months, they've given us £6, and then it costs us £4. Why do you want to lose money, Dan? Because ultimately, all the money we make off of this is going to the podcast costs anyway, right?
Well, exactly. I'm already losing money on this, as it were. So it's just
so why lose more?
Well, because in for a penny. No, look. I mean, look. I think that's. I think that needs more conversation, and probably not in this forum. I apologize for bringing it up in this space, but I'll leave it in there because I think it'll be. I always think people will find this sort of stuff interesting, don't they?
You always like to know what it sounds like when you put Phil on the spot in the hot seat. Ooh.
Yeah, well, look, let's figure it out. Because I think the thing is like, you know, as I keep coming back to this, and the problem is, right, is like, I don't want to sound like woe is us because that isn't fair. Because everyone's got their own stuff, right? But like, we're busy all the time, and getting this thing done is really difficult because it's too long. That's the reality of it, right? It's like every time I explain to like people, like, and they go like, "So how long is like a podcast episode?" It's like 4 hours. I'm like, why is it always? Why? You're like, well, because as long as we do it for.
We just talk a lot. I think we just like to talk.
I know that's the problem.
That's why we started the podcast in the first place.
Basically, yeah. And they're like, why would you do it that long? That's just crazy. And I'm like, that's what I do. But the thing is with that is like, I think, you know, when you look at like other podcasters that do like long format content, right? If you look at like very popular podcasts, they're long because it's the nature of the thing. You know, Joe Rogan, the most, you know, popular podcaster, I believe. I don't really actually follow the charts very closely outside of our chart, which I watch religiously. But the point is like, you know, he'll be putting out 5 podcasts a week each, you know, anywhere between 3 and 4 hours. But that's like his whole gig, and he's being paid hundreds of millions of dollars to make that thing. I mean, if I was making that money, I'd be doing the exact same thing. But obviously for us, we're not in that situation. So yeah, but that's the thing. It's like, it's weird because churning this out every couple of weeks, every fortnight is quite a lot of work. And then between that and the other obligations that we have in our lives, it's so ridiculous because I want to do more for the people that support us. I want to be grateful. I want to be able to demonstrate to these people that it really means something to me, that they choose to not only spend their time with us, because that's so important, but ultimately the fact that they're willing to go to the extra lengths to support us and give us any amount of their money is ridiculous. And I think to myself, I'm so privileged to be in a scenario where people want to support us in that way, and I really appreciate it. But at the same time, I just acknowledge that I can never find 5 minutes in the day to think, right, should I do something else for those guys? So I just don't want to come across ungrateful. That's the vibe I'm always getting.
No, that's fair enough. I don't think you do.
Wow, I don't know. I don't think I come across as anything at all, mate. I feel like, you know, if I was to describe it anyway, it would be indifferent. But anyway, yeah, so we had some not insignificant people approach us for sponsorship recently, and I think me and Phil are in alignment where we're probably going to be all right saying no to it. But yeah, that's because of all those lovely patrons. So why not become a patron? That's what this has all been about, basically, you know. Cynicism up to the flipping nines. That reminds me, actually, as I just almost swore again, I need to remember that I need to find my notes and make sure I get rid of that earlier. Anything else going on? What's happening? We're going to the doubles in January for AOS. You're doing a Crusade event.
Yeah, it's the week before, which is 40k Crusade. Yeah. I've got.
I don't think I'm doing many. I'm thinking there's an RTT down at Entoyment weekend after next. I think I might go to that just because. I don't know. I'm in a bit of I've got a bit of a 40k bug again for a bit. I'm sort of liking it. Oh, Corswain's coming out in Dark Angels for Horus Heresy. That's cool.
What is
Corswain?
Corswain.
Corswain. You're not familiar with Corswain?
No. Is it a character?
Yeah, it's a character. Corswain, Paladin of the Ninth Order.
Is there something on Warhammer Community?
It will be on Warhammer Community, and it will be on the Horus Heresy. It's a Horus Heresy thing.
Oh, okay.
Corswain.
Well, you like Dark Angels.
I do like Dark Angels, me. So much so. I'm working on an Iron Wing army. It's which Corswain will not be in, but yeah. Maybe I'll add him to my collection.
Oh, nice. I was going to say, speaking about Warhammer Community, isn't it nice that this week's, I think it's this week's, maybe it's last week's, Warhammer Plus animation is just a supercut of Angels of Death, where they've given it to you all in one big long video, and nothing new.
I mean, I have to be honest with you, Phil. I'm not presently feeling any remorse having not done Warhammer Plus.
because obviously I'm subscribed, so I'm keeping a stern eye on what comes up every week, and an animation comes up if it's every other week, you're lucky. Normally it's feels like one every 3 weeks, or it's a lackluster thing where it's like this, where they've gone, here, you can rewatch Angels of Death all in one go, which is nice because it is kind of movie length, but it also feels like clutching at straws for content. And it's like, the Interrogator series was really good, but it's like, you just in a month's time going to give me a cut of that where it's all in one, because it actually would make a really good movie, but it's like, but just give us something new. They are literally in there. If you buy something from Games Workshop, you'll get you'll get a leaflet with your box of goodies, and it will advertise all the shows that you can currently watch and a bunch that haven't even come out yet, such as like the Pry Nexus one and I want to say Neve Black Talon. Yeah, I think that's what it's called. And so cool. These are shows that you're advertising. But they don't exist, except in your marketing campaign, which seems a bit odd and a bit disingenuous. Obviously, I guess this is a clue as to what will be out this year, because we've done a print run for a bunch of leaflets that will live with us for the course of this year. So it kind of shows what shows they're expecting to have ready by the end of the year, or by the end of the yearly cycle, Warhammer Plus. So I guess you could take that as a little clue as to what shows might be coming up. But yeah,
or an outright statement.
Yeah, I guess. Obviously, Astartes 2 isn't on there, so take of that what you will.
There you go. Look, I think here's the thing with Warhammer Plus. I think it is a product of diminishing returns. I think it is actually oddly only getting worse as the years roll on.
I wouldn't say that. I would say the novelty of it is worn off, and I understand.
100%.
Because you've said the diminishing returns applies to the Warhammer app, the 40k app, which I understand, like in terms of the content that was free when 9th edition, or was it 8th edition? 9th
edition. Yeah.
Which I can also understand. Although weirdly, I've been obviously using the AOS app a lot, so I've gained a new bit of sort of monetary bargain, because obviously I wasn't
value
before, and now value. Now I'm using it and I wasn't before, so I'm getting that out of it that when I wasn't. But yeah, in terms of the shows, yeah, they're good when they come out, but they're not coming out quick enough, I don't think, to really justify it. And, we keep saying it. If you just want the animations, just wait a year, subscribe for 1 month, and have the wildest time of your life every day watching animations for an entire month. And then when that ends, just go, cool, I'm done for a year, and I'll see you in 2024.
Yeah, but then you won't get that model, Phil, that you'll leave in its box and never look at.
Yep, no, I've got those models, and they are still in the box.
Well worth it.
Yeah.
Good. Yeah, there you go. Warhammer Plus. Bringing consistent levels of underwhelmment. Disappointment, I would say. I wouldn't say disappointment, because I don't think anyone could feel that strongly about it anymore. I just think it's sort of like, meh. Like, all right.
Well, here's the thing. I think the people that like it are subscribed to it. People that are potentially ambivalent but the people that are ambivalent, a bit like me, are also still subscribed, because they're I wanted the miniature, or I subscribe for the Warhammer app anyway, right? So it's just, if you subscribe to either the AOS or the 40k app, it's sort of financially sensible to just get the yearly subscription. Because actually, so I had to actually chase down Games Workshop repeatedly, because they gave you a free £10 voucher for this month. And basically, I chased them up several times. They said, "Oh yeah, we'll send it out to you." Didn't hear back from them. Sent them 2 more messages on their live chat. Didn't hear back from them. Then sent them an email, and then eventually they sent me the £10 one, which I basically spent on some paint for my Nighthawk army. Even though I have like an entire wall of paint, I didn't have the exact shade of grey, and I didn't have the Nighthawk technical glow colour. No, Tesseract glow. That was it. There was a couple of strange glowy colours that I needed, so I bought those with my voucher. So that felt like I was getting some value out of it.
Good.
Paints
Good,
that I
glad.
probably didn't necessarily need, but that'd be nice to have.
Exactly,
Save me
exactly.
mixing colours and stuff like that.
I'm glad that the £10 voucher is made good. Everything else is good. And you got the model, you got the Chaos guy. I mean, he's cool. You're never going to use him.
Well, no, I bought the Chaos guy for Tim because Tim wanted him for his World Eaters. So Tim's got that
strong.
now. And then I received the Witch Lady with the Familiars because I quite like the Familiars. And at some point, if I do them, I might use them as like in-game tokens or something for like my Nighthawk army. Or just because at some point I might just have them to paint up because they're cool. And actually, this was a conversation I was having with Richard recently where we were discussing minis, and it's like, yeah, I really actually would like to stop painting armies and just paint up the odd mini here and there that I just think look cool. Like there was that amazing like Witch Hunter Underworld's Warband. It's like, love those minis. They're very Mordheim-esque. I'm all about that. I just would like to buy that warband and paint them up, and I think that'd be a fun little, stress-free hobby project. Instead, at the moment, I'm building and about to embark on painting a bunch of Nighthawk stuff for January, which is highly stressful because that is a very short deadline for me. And it'd be nice to.
I mean, you do know you could have just built them the normal way, though.
Well, not really, because
Well, you do know that, though, right? You do know that you could have, because again, you didn't have to take this cavalry army that you specifically wanted. You could have compromised and just gone. Tell you what, I'll just get some ghosts, spray them white, do some technicals.
It was a combination of what's it called? It's like diminishing returns, right? I'd already put
that word again, the buzzword.
Well, basically, so I had done I was midway through a conversion project of some Hex Wraiths. So the old Hex Wraith models are junk; they're really old. So I was converting some up. So I took a Corpse Mare Endless spell, which is 5 horses, split them up into individual horses, and stuffed the heck out of them to add bones and spectral wispy
gubbins
to them, so they look a lot more like the current horses that you see, the Nightmares. It's a pun, M-A-R-E. They're mares. So made them look like those, and that was my squad of 5, and that was all I was intending to do. But then when it came to this doubles event, I was looking around and I was like, oh, I've got a couple of commanders on horses. I looked at the points and I was like, oh, if I do 3 squads of 5 of Hex Wraiths, that pretty much gets me to 1,000 points. I was like, oh, that's brilliant. And it's not many models to paint up. That was the angle I was looking at in terms of painting efficiency. Whereas if I did the chain rasps, which are literally clip them off, some glue together, some are just single minis, stick them in a slaughter base, nice and easy to build. But I would probably be painting like 50 models. And it's like, I didn't want to do that. So, I think at the moment, 15, I've got 18 models I think I need to paint up, basically. Although you could double that because I've got horses plus riders. So that was my overall intention. But yeah, I've spent more time doing the building than just, getting on with painting. So I'll have a few months. It's the end of January. I've got a few months to go. It might be okay. I'm literally building the last model now. Not literally right now, but in general.
In this moment in time. I mean, they do look freaking cool. I'll give you that.
Oh, thanks very much. I mean, have you even found yours? Because I thought you said the models you were going to take, you've lost.
Yeah, I'm pretty confident that I have the models in my possession. I just don't know where they are. So I need to talk to Joe, see if Joe has them in his possession, because Joe has a bunch of stuff that is mine, that he was selling on my behalf, but because he's Joe, he hasn't done it yet. Or he's done it not telling me and is keeping the money for himself.
No.
It's also something that he probably would do. So, you know.
Surely not.
No, not Joe. Joe, I mean, you know. Anyway. Yeah, look, mate, I actually have to disappear, so I reckon that's going to have to be the end of this particular episode, for I am needed elsewhere.
Oh, yes. Go say hello to Richie when you hang out with him.
I will. I'm going to go hang out with Richie. And thus concludes another fine episode of Lookouts Warhammer 40,000, the 142nd episode. Thank you very much.
Bonus AOS chat at the end.
Exactly, and a little bit of heresy as well.
True.
Horsewayne, Gloomspike Gits, ghosty horses.
Exactly. And next week, I reckon, or I say next week, next episode, I too made that mistake. We'll be talking about Leagues of Votan, right? We get those codexes and we'll talk about them.
Yay. Yeah, we'll talk about Leagues of Votan. Good hype!